2025, Happy New Year, and all that good shit. How you guys doing? New year in boxing, new year in general. What we saying? Got a fight on Wednesday. Jai Opetaia versus David Nyika in Australia. I actually think that's a good fight. I think David Nyika is going to give Opetaia a harder fight than most people are expecting. But January, listen, let's be real, yeah. January in boxing is never... It's not exactly stacked, is it? I'm kind of twiddling my thumbs for content and shit, so... Boxing in January is never great, but, you know, I'm looking forward to Opetaia versus David Nyika. Nyika was a good amateur, 6'6" cruiserweight. I actually think that fight is going to be a lot more competitive than people are expecting. Nyika is... I like the straight punching of Nyika. I look at his amateur pedigree, half step back, straight punches. He's not a great... When he opens up, he's not great. He's a bit of a slapper. But I think he'll give Opetaia a harder fight than people are expecting. I really do. I said that in my prediction video. I think Opetaia wins. But I think it's one of those fights where Nyika comes out despite a loss with a better reputation. That's how I see that fight. Whether Opetaia can get the stoppage, I'm not so sure. Because Nyika basically is a heavyweight in waiting. He's 6'6". Do you know what I mean? So I'm kind of looking forward to that fight. Opetaia versus Nyika. I think it's a bit too early for Nyika, but you know, he's 28, 29 years old. 8-0, good amateur pedigree. Why not take it now? I think he'll come out. I think he'll come out of that fight with a better reputation. I think he'll lose, but I do think he can build on it. Yo, what's up? What's up, Sucker Free? How you doing? What's with a profile picture? Oh, that was from the Christmas Eve live stream. We was talking about Gareth A. Davis. What's up, Nordic man? Hopefully you're well. Jordan Perry, what's up, man? Hopefully you're well. What a year for boxing ahead. Gonna be another annoying year with the Gad still around. That is true. That is true. But all we can do here is keep it 100, keep it real. Spit straight facts, as the kids would say. Keep it a buck. That's all we can do here, son. That's all we can do here. Because the reality is, man, the reality is a lot of these channels on YouTube, I'll say it right now, I say it every year, I'm always right. But the reality is most of these channels are sellouts. They'll sell their mother for a fucking pound note. That's the reality. Once you get past a certain sub count on YouTube, you get offered X, you get offered this, you get offered that. And most of these guys take it. That's the reality of the situation. I've seen the other side of the I've seen the other side of the spectrum on my other channel. 400,000 plus subs. The amount of fucking sponsorship offers I've had over the years since I've done it, and I've taken 2 in my whole time. I've missed out on tens of thousands of pounds just because I won't sell a certain product. And I come from a working class background. So the reality is, this is how I see it. Had a few drinks, is what it is. But the way I see it is this. I'm the only one in this community, plus like the likes of Nordic Fight Film, that I can really trust. I've had the money, like literally put in my face. I've turned it down. So you think some fat wanker or some dork in boxing can pay me off? You're absolutely deluded. What is it? What's up, TJ? How you doing? What's up, JD? Forest are 2 up against Wolves. Yeah, I thought you'd win that game, JD. Wolves have turned around, but yeah, Forest are doing well, man. Forest are doing well. Got a sneaky feeling AJ Fury's going to happen. It's going to headline the next Matchroom Queensbury show. I can see that as well. I mean, that's really the only logical fight, right? Maybe for Fury, if Dubois beats Parker, maybe Fury could fight Dubois, like Frank Warren keeping it in-house. That could be potential. That could happen. That could happen. But if Fury and AJ are just like focusing on making the most money, then it's AJ Fury. And I would still watch that fight. It's past its sell-by date. But I would still watch it. I'd still watch it. This is another thing I can't stand about boxing, about the boxing community on YouTube. You know, there's these retard hardcore fans who like to say, "Oh, I'm so hardcore. If Fury AJ happens, I'm not going to watch it." Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Let's not beat around the bush. I saw some absolute fucking dullard say that, "Oh, I think Dubois Fury sells more than AJ Fury." It's like, bro, come on. You're trying too hard. This is the problem with this community. Like, the barrier of entry is so fucking low. And I've got some Tim Pot channel. I put zero effort in, but some of these takes are fucking retarded. Absolutely retarded. Oh, Dubois Fury does higher numbers. No, it doesn't. Let's be honest. If we could make any fight for Fury and AJ next, we would all make Fury AJ. Let's just be honest. What is it with like these retard hardcore takes on this fucking platform? Oh, Dubois Fury does bigger numbers. People would rather see that. Maybe it's a better fight. Maybe. But the hype for AJ Fury is still there. Let's be honest. It maybe not what it was 2 or 3, 4 years ago. It's not what it was, but it's still like one of the biggest selling fights in boxing. But people try so hard to be different. Oh, Dubois Fury sells better. I'm not gonna tell you what channel that was on, but this guy's an absolute bumperclark retard. Do you think Riyadh season shows will be called The Ring, and do you think there will be a show once a month? The Ring. Listen, Riyadh season so far has been, in my opinion, an overwhelming positive. We've had good fights. I feel like the fights have been fought on an even level. A couple of judging decisions have been bad, but what I mean by the fights seem legitimate, and what I mean by that is like both parties don't seem compromised on these Saudi Arabia shows. Both parties seem to be fit, seem to be energized, and they don't seem to be depleted. Whereas, you know, in American boxing, in UK boxing, there's catch weights, there's this, that, and the third, there's weaponized drug testing. When it comes to Saudi Arabia cards, that seems to be less prevalent from what I've seen so far. Still a small sample size, but the fights in the ring seem to be a lot more even. They seem to be a lot more fair. So I'm all on board with the Saudi involvement in boxing. The only thing I will say, I do think it's diluting the UK scene a little bit. There seems to be less like really good UK shows. And one thing about the Saudi cards that may be a little, it may be nitpicking, but Fight Film Precise Presenter made a good point about this in one of his videos. It's like feast or famine. You see a card like 22nd of February, all these great fights on the card, which is great, but that's going to dilute cards in the next few months after that. So there's going to be, you know, less of these guys on those cards kind of thing. So I think like the February 22nd card, I think Saudi Arabia need to do like a WrestleMania of boxing and have like one like mega super card a year. And the rest of the cards maybe be strong, obviously, but not like fucking crazy like February 22nd. PBC's becoming more irrelevant. Facts, yeah. PBC, bro, there's still retards on Twitter and online still shilling for the PBC, which is kind of crazy. They had 5 shows all of last year. Yeah, exactly, Matt. Yeah, exactly. Listen, I'm. This is the thing about Shakur Stevenson, though. I am somewhat intrigued about his next fight because it's in Saudi Arabia. What state will his opponent be in? Floyd Schofield. I don't think he's going to be compromised. So we will see. We will see. I'm actually looking forward to that fight cautiously. To see how good Shakur looks or how good he doesn't look. I'm somewhat looking forward to it. What's up, Max? How you doing, bro? AJ Fury Dubois, all of Alexander's leftovers could have a round robin. Well, why not? Why not? I would still watch it. I would still watch it. I want to see Fabio Wardley fight Franklin, Anderson or Miller next as a bridge between world level. Out of all of those fights you mentioned, I would say Anderson. I think Fabio Wardley starches Anderson. Like, Fabio Wardley is a late starter to boxing. Technically, he's flawed in a lot of ways, but he's a much more natural fighter than Jared Anderson. Anderson was a blue chip, quote unquote, blue chip prospect who was pushed. He was hyped up, but ultimately he wasn't. He's not a fighter. That guy, you can tell, he's not a fighter. Fabio Wardley, a lot of technical flaws, but the guy's a fighter. Plus, I've heard a lot of good things about him outside the ring, and he comes across really well. So I'm not a Fabio Wardley hater. I didn't like some of his early fights. They looked fixed. But the last few fights, I've been entertained. So, listen, I'm not a Fabio Wardley hater by any means. I quite like the guy, actually. He seems like a level-headed guy. I like Fabio Wardley. Yeah, what's the point in him? This is what I'm saying. Derek Chisora versus Otto Wallin. So Derek's on his retirement tour, right? Fair enough. He's had a long, hard career. I think he's been a better fighter than people have given him credit for. But why would you pick a negative southpaw like Otto Wallin? A guy with the charisma of a damp rag. A guy who can't punch. A guy who's negative, who's boring. Why would you make Chisora versus Wallin? Seriously. They should have persisted with Chisora versus Miller. It would have made sense. There's trash talk. They're going to meet in the center of the ring. They're going to tear up. It's going to be a good fight. But Chisora versus fucking Wallin is an absolute fucking stinkfest. Shakur has that rare ability to make a fist fight boring. Facts. And I like the change in boxing now, by the way. These back foot pussy holes are getting called out now. The style is dead. You're never going to be a star again with that style. And that's brilliant for boxing. The fact that Shakur Stevenson is never going to be a star, as long as he keeps that style, is great for boxing. That era is gone. It's gone. Yeah, Schofield and his dad are very confident. They must see something we don't. Yeah, he seems up for it. And by the way, I don't like the dad. But Floyd Schofield, he seems like a very level-headed kid. Seems professional. Seems put together. He seems like a nice kid, that guy. So, listen, I wish Floyd Schofield the best. I hope he wins. Do I think he does? Even in a real fight? I don't think so, but listen, I hope Floyd wins. He seems like a nice kid. I think Chisora's going to catch another upset over Otto. Yeah, maybe, man. But listen, Otto Wallin, I had to hear this for a couple of years from Tyson Fury fans saying how good this guy was. This guy fucking sucks. This guy sucks, and he's so negative. But against a shot Chisora, he's got a good chance. So this guy needs to be ridded from the heavyweight division. So I hope Chisora wins because Otto Wallin is so boring. Awful fighter to watch. Awful. The fact he's made a living out of boxing is crazy because that guy could put a glass eye to sleep. I'm sick of these sort of fighters. Sick to death of them. Yeah, exactly. Chisora's got 2 fights left. Wallin is a waste. Exactly. See, if they had balls, make Chisora versus Miller. And if Chisora beats Miller, chuck him in with Wilder. A shot Wilder. Why not? It'll be fun. It's going to be fun. Otto was too busy on being an oil driller to focus on fighting. Exactly. There's a third white fight. There's Miller. There's Wilder. There's other fights. There's other fights out there. See, I think so. Jared Anderson. When you say he's got potential, I get what you're saying from like an athletic standpoint. He's quick, both in terms of hand speed and foot speed. You know, he's got reflexes and shit like that. But in terms of like pure boxing fundamentals, I don't see it. He's a raw gem. I get that, but I don't see a guy in Jared Anderson who's like a precocious talent, as to, you know, so to speak. So I don't know, man. When I saw that guy crying to Roy Jones about, you know, how hard the pressure is and that, I wrote him off from there, man. I'll be honest. I kind of wrote him off from there. I think Wallin will just turn up and have an easy payday by taking a knee from a jab that came a bit too close. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. Dominic, what's up, bro? How you doing, man? I've not seen you for a while, man. Hopefully you're well. Chisora versus Wallin, yeah. Will just be Otto pot-shotting and running about while Derek tries to not have a heart attack in the corner. Fucking pointless fight. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Well, this is what I'm saying, yeah? Listen, I'm fully aware of what's going on in the world right now. I get it. But sometimes you need an escape. And the reality is, the Saudis right now are putting on the best fights. That's just the reality, right? It is what it is. I'm fully aware of what's going on in the world, you know? It is what it is. It is what it is. Chisora Pulev 3. I mean, why not? In Sofia, Bulgaria, why not? Yeah, bro, these guys are weirdos, man. They're absolute weirdos, Wayne. Yeah. When Fury Sissies were claiming Wallin was the 3rd best heavyweight after Wilder. Weirdo freaks, yep. Yeah, exactly, man. See, I'll be honest, Max. I respect your opinion a lot, but I never felt Wallin had all that much talent. Like, he was a mid-level European type fighter. You know, fighting for European titles, maybe coming up short, that sort of guy. I've never been impressed with Otto Wallin. Never. Never. White is more washed than Chisora. I tell you what, man, based on White's last fight, which was abysmal, Chisora might knock him out, I'll be honest. Yeah, I agree. I agree, TJ. Yeah, for Kid Austin, yeah, 22 years old, fighting Shakur without really fighting any other contenders. It's a win-win for him. He's going to get paid, and regardless, he's going to pick up great experience. As long as he puts in a good performance, he's won. You know, if he gives Shakur a competitive fight, he's won. So why not take it? Why not take it? The days of seeing Ben Wallin on the ropes covering up and calling it ring generalship. Yeah, I do feel like, and I've said this before, but I do feel like there's a change in boxing now, where like the whole slick style thing is becoming less prevalent in boxing. Because there was a big problem in boxing for a long, long time of like people only seeing like slick fighters as skilled. Any other fighter who fought in a different style wasn't as cultured, wasn't as skilled. That was a big, big problem in boxing for a long, long time. And as a result, it basically enabled a lot of robberies in boxing. Ward Kovalev, for example, just one example. Lomachenko, Haney, another example. But I feel like that kind of narrative is switching now. You know, it's harder to fight on the front foot than it is back foot. Much harder. To maintain defense while fighting on the front foot, while countering, you know, it's much harder to fight on the front foot. It's much harder to be a quote-unquote world-level front foot fighter than it is to be a world-level back foot fighter. Much harder. Shalom, you got no fans. Hopefully you're well. Thoughts on Luke Littler? Bro, I don't watch darts. Yeah, exactly. That's a great shout, JD. So that would have been a good fight for Chisora's like retirement tour. Hellenius 2 would have been a good fight. Would have been a good fight. Johnny Fisher beats Anderson. Yes, I said it. I wouldn't go that far, Chris. I would not go that far. Because Johnny Fisher is fucking pants. Honestly, he's awful. Absolutely awful. I was going to make a video about that, you know, about Eddie Hearn saying how, but yeah, fuck Eddie Hearn, but he was basically saying, and I paraphrase, but he was basically saying, well, I scored the fight one round to Dave Allen, so therefore it couldn't have been a robbery. But in the same interview he said that, yeah, there was X amount of clear rounds to Allen, X amount of clear rounds to Johnny Fisher. And by that virtue, like, it's impossible to give the fight to Johnny Fisher, yet he still said it wasn't a robbery. Like, close fights can still be robberies. So, like, a guy could win 5 clear rounds, and another guy could win, like, 7 clear rounds. It's a close fight on paper, but it's still a robbery. Do you know what I mean? That's basically the Dave Allen-Johnny Fisher fight. I can't either, bro. Like, I gave Gassiev some props at heavyweight. I felt he would do okay, but listen, he's disappointed me. Tyson Fury attracted some of the most degenerate fans I've ever seen from a boxer. Yeah, he's up there, bro. He's up there. Like, we was very distracted by the Deontay Wilder fans. They were especially bad, but Fury fans were bad. Fury fans were bad. And by the way, that's coming from a person who used to be a fan of Fury in the days of ITV4, in the days of Channel 5. UK fans know what I'm talking about. When Tyson Fury was fighting the likes of Nevin Pajkic on Channel 5, Nordic knows what I'm talking about. When he fought Martin Rogan for the Irish title on Channel 5. I was a fan of Tyson Fury back then. All the way up until just after the first Klitschko fight. We've gone over this before, but, you know, Tyson Fury could have been a great fighter of this era because he wasted so many years of his career with drinking and drugs and this, that, and the third. He could have been a great fighter, but also he could have spoken for the working class of his country, which he was doing, but he soon gave up on. So Tyson Fury, for me, I don't respect Tyson Fury at all, I'll be honest with you. I think Tyson Fury could have been something very special, but it is what it is. It is what it is. He could have spoken for a lot of people in this country who are marginalised, when they have an opinion, they're shot down as some sort of bigot, or this, that, and the third. Tyson Fury came out with these same sort of comments, and he was sat down and he was re-educated. That's a reality with Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury is a sellout, and I'm glad he lost to Usyk. I'm so glad he lost to Usyk. The only thing I wish happened, I wish he would have got knocked out. Do you prefer the gore content on your other channel or the boxing content? Listen, man, I'll always be a boxing guy. I'll always be a boxing guy. Anderson for me is a write-off. I agree, Mike. When I saw him crying, I'm only 23. I knew, far too emotional. Imagine Usyk doing that. Beta energy. Sometimes it's as simple as that. The guy's not cut out for it. The guy is simply not cut out for it. It's as simple as that. Johnny Fisher should try darts. He has the looks. I'm going to go... Jordan, I've been... Believe it or not, because I'm a boxing degenerate, I have been thinking about that fight. And I'm kind of thinking Barboza. Because Barboza can, Barboza can be a little negative. I think he's taller and longer than Jack Catterall. Whereas Catterall basically is purely a counterpuncher. I kind of think Barboza might beat Catterall in the lead hand control battle, you know. I could see Barboza. This is how I think that fight's going to go. Either Barboza wins on points in a stinker, or he gets robbed in a stinker. One of those two. Thoughts on Haney fighting in March? Who do you think his opponent is? Thoughts on Cobbs versus Haney at 147 for a vacant IBF or WBC Mando? I could see Haney fighting Claggett at 140. I'll be honest, Devin Haney's another guy I've got zero interest in. And when I say zero interest, I'm like being a bit hyperbolic, but I'd rather see Devin Haney fight Ryan Garcia again, to be honest with you. No interest in Haney Cobbs or anything like that. No interest in Haney Claggett. I'd rather see Haney versus Garcia again. See where they're both at. Both guys haven't fought since then. To me, that was the standout fight of 2024, believe it or not. In terms of the narrative, the storyline. Oh, Ryan Garcia's a PED cheat. Go back and... By the way, go back and watch that fight. Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia. I don't care whether Ryan Garcia popped. I really don't. Go back and watch that fight. If you're telling me Ryan Garcia was fit for that fight, you're fucking deluded. He looked flabby. Ryan Garcia fought a terrible fight. Absolutely dreadful. Blowing, gassing, awful. Wild. Poor balance. He was awful in that fight, and he still won. He still won. The first time Devin Haney fought a guy his size, who was compromised, I don't care whether he was on PEDs, quote unquote. First time he fought a guy his size, he lost. Devin Haney's another industry plant. Got his back blown out by Diddy. Having his Afghan bird, who's supposed to be traditional, you know, cheating on him and all that shit. Devin Haney's an industry plant, absolutely, 100%. Don't care about him versus Claggett. I want to see him in a real fight. Don't care about him versus Cobbs. Has to be Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia too. The two biggest degenerates in boxing going at it. That's what I want to see. Lomachenko isn't skilled because he throws punches and doesn't run, yeah. I'll be honest though, Nordic, man. I'll be honest. I'm kind of bored of Lomachenko now as well, I'll be honest. Got to be more ruthless with these fighters, man. You don't know shit about boxing. I mean, the sweet science of boxing, yeah. Yeah, for years, people called Benavidez a crude come-forward guy when he was nothing of a sort. People only appreciated flick back foot fighters for a while post-Floyd. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I'll be honest, Nordic. As shot as Chisora is, he would kill Johnny Fisher. He would kill Johnny Fisher. Yeah, Lomachenko would literally walk guys down and not get hit. That's harder than being defensive all night. Yeah, exactly. I like Lomachenko, but I don't like the way his career's gone. Put it that way. I won't elaborate on it, but this is another one. Liam Parrow got lucky against a half-cooked fucking Matthias. It is what it is. I actually thought Fisher won, but he got exposed badly either way. I'm surprised, Nordic. I felt Dave Allen won, I'll be honest. I was half cut when I watched that fight, I'll be honest, Nordic, but exactly, yeah, close fights can still be robberies. I don't know why people don't get it. Neither do I, let me ace, but it's because these individuals are programmed by the boxing establishment. You know, like phrases like you have to take the title from the champion and shit like that. You got to take the belt from the champion. What does that even mean? These sort of narratives have been ingrained in boxing fans' heads for generations, for decades. I got scolded for saying Ali relied on tiring opponents out by taking punishment, whereas Usyk relies on skill. And I said Usyk looks better at 38 than Ali did at 32 against Foreman. Well, bro, this is the issue with hardcore, I'll say hardcore boxing fans, but boxing historians, right? Boxing historians don't realise fucking YouTube is a thing. We can watch these fights. Listen, Ali, Foreman, Fraser, etc. were great for their era, for their time. And they are all-time greats now. But, take a time machine, take one of these guys forwards to now, they get fucking smoked. Let's stop pretending. Can we stop pretending? The footage is literally out there. It's out there. Boxing fans, there's this weird like gatekeeping kind of mindset to being a boxing fan where like you have to believe certain opinions to be like a hardcore boxing fan or to be like a knowledgeable boxing fan. There's these like opinions you have to hold, but bro, come on, man. When it comes to the old school heavyweights, there's certain guys who could hang. Like Larry Holmes, I think, could hang now. Larry Holmes had an advanced style, wonderful jab, speed, great cardio, good chin. Like Larry Holmes could cope now. But you take Joe Frazier now, he gets fucking smoked. You put Anthony Joshua in there with fucking Joe Frazier, he gets splattered. I don't care what anybody says. The footage is there. It's literally there. That's the thing these YouTube historians don't get. You can be an autist all you want and talk about numbers and title defenses. But the footage is there. Boxing's the only sport in the world, apparently, that hasn't adapted. That sport, you know, there's no sports science in boxing. There's no advanced technique. There's nothing like that. Boxing stayed the same since 1880 for these people. Oh, Sam Langford beats Vladimir Klitschko. Get the fuck out of here, man. What's wrong with these people? This is the level we got to deal with in boxing media, on boxing YouTube. This is the level we have to deal with. Sam Langford beats Vladimir Klitschko. This is the level we have to deal with. Yeah, I agree, Nordic. I agree. Yeah, Gassiev wasted his heavyweight. Yeah, he wasted his heavyweight career. I agree. I don't know what he was doing. Yeah, there's no way Ward won 7 rounds of that fight. I think I scored it. I've not watched that fight for a long time. Like a long time, at least 5 years. And I think I scored it 8-4, Kovalev, with a knockdown. Yeah, Maxi Hughes Camboso was a bad robbery, I agree. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Listen, Ali was great for his era. Ali was a wonderful athlete. Fast feet, fast hands. Very good chin, by the way. Wonderful chin. Like, his chin was fucking granite. Especially for a guy of his size. Like, Ali was a great fighter for his era. But if you took a time machine, take the best version of Ali, and bring him to this era... Yeah, exactly. Fury fanboys post Wilder were late to the party. We followed Fury from early on, 100%. Hopefully the days of the Floyd types getting praised for leaning on the ropes, catching punches on the high guard while shaking his head no are over. Yeah, I agree. I agree. This is a great point. Do you think Usyk would ever get rocked by Henry Cooper? Dropped, like, badly hurt. Do you think Usyk would ever get badly hurt by Henry Cooper? Take Henry Cooper, put him in a time machine, have him fight Usyk. And I respect Henry Cooper, by the way. Henry Cooper represented, like, the stiff upper lip UK, Britain. You know, when Britain was actually great. You know, stiff upper lip, take a loss, you brush it off and you go again. But skill for skill, man. Usyk would butcher a guy like that. Yeah, Fury wasn't taken seriously early on in his career. Nobody thought he would amount to anything. That's true, and it's not true at the same time. So Fury's first sort of 10 fights or so, you're right, Duck. When he, like, got a gift decision against John McDermott, etc. That was on, like, the ITV4/Sky Sports days. But when he went to Channel 5, so he beat Chisora, beat guys like Vinny Madalone and Nevin Pajic, Nikolai Furfer. And then came the fight with Kevin Johnson, which at the time was a step up. And you saw Tyson Fury boxing the way he boxed. I know it's only Kevin Johnson, but he boxed the way he boxed. Southpaw, orthodox, wonderful jab, like great athleticism. At that point in time, I think those with a keen eye looked at Fury and said, you know what, this guy has something. This guy has something. Then he followed through, beat Chisora again. You know, schooled, what's his face? I forgot his name. Christian Hammer before the Klitschko fight. Like, bro. Yeah, I strongly dislike Fury as a person. For that reason, he sold us out. I agreed, Nordic. I totally agree. Yeah, Fury's a degenerate, reprobate in general. I agree. Yep. Special handshakes, special clauses behind closed doors. I agree. I agree, Matt. Totally agree. I think he could have been somebody who was, especially when you consider the landscape now, I think he could have been so powerful. Fury looked at his best before the Vlad fight and during the Vlad fight as well. Like, his movement for a guy of his size was like unlike anything I've seen before. I know that's a bit of a cliche. Oh, he was unlike anything I've seen before, but like, you look at Fury, how he moved for a guy of his size. Name me another guy before then who moved like he did. Like, Tyson Fury was genuinely a generational talent. And that's another reason I can't stand Tyson Fury. I think he was a generational talent. You know, I don't know what's happened with Chris Andre, by the way, Chris. I liked Chris Andre's channel, though. Very good guy. TJ's not a fan. I liked Chris Andre, personally. Adam Azim's going to run through Lipinets. It's funny, TJ. I've been thinking about that fight. Like, if Lipinets is like, can rewind the clock, so to speak, that could be a hard fight. But it's what Lipinets has left. It's what he's got left. He probably gets fucking starched, but... Yeah, Fury's bipolar's been entertaining, but it's time for him to get a trailer and hit the road. I kind of agree. You're talking about Chris Andre. So I felt Parker won that fight personally. I felt Parker beat Zhang. But at the same time, it's one of those ones where, like, if you felt Zhang won, I don't call you crazy either. It's one of those ones, man. Yeah, I'd like to hear 2015 Fury's opinion on Keir Starmer's recent comments here. Comrade Starmer, yeah, 100%. It's going to be a horrible fight for sure. Barboza Catterall, yep. Fencing battle, 100%. I've got a weird feeling, though, Duck, that Barboza wins. Got a weird feeling. I never even knew BLK Prime was still a channel. That has to be a money laundering channel, surely. What the fuck does that fucking channel even show? They showed that fucking Crawford Avanesian fight years ago. But what have they done since? Yeah, exactly. Juice or not, we saw Haney getting bounced around the ring. I'm not unseeing that. Yeah. But you look at that fight back. You actually watch that fight back. Ryan Garcia was genuinely terrible. He was spamming a left hook. He was awful. He took so many rounds off. Haney and Ryan threw less punches than De Los Santos and Shakur, I believe. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Duck. Ryan Garcia was awful in that fight, and he still won. He was awful. Dreadful. Garcia was just a horrible style matchup for Haney. I disagree, TJ. I disagree. I think any elite level boxer fights that version of Ryan Garcia, they fucking take him to the cleaners. He was awful. Pimp My Sniper, what's up, man? Yeah, Bivol Beterbiev was like such a great technical fight. It wasn't like it wasn't a Rock'em Sock'em Robots type of fight, but technically it was a great fight. Like, tactically it was a great fight. And, like, really interesting seeing both guys adjust throughout that fight. That was maybe the purest boxing match of 2024. Beterbiev versus Bivol. Exactly, yeah, exactly, Let Me Ace. I agree. Only reason Haney won rounds in that fight is because Ryan would go rounds not doing anything. Exactly. People really need to watch that fight back. Like, if you think Ryan Garcia was juiced out of his mind, watch that fight back. He was awful. He was dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Like, Devin Haney is a hype job. Like, when I say hype job, I'm not saying he's a bad fighter. He's not a bad fighter, but the guy's relied on size, and he's relied on politics to get to where he is. He's not an awful fight. He's not like a terrible fighter, but yeah, exactly. Whenever Ryan Garcia opened up, he was beating the brakes off Haney. I agree. Ryan was always going to win regardless. Devin blamed his shoes, but I low-key agree on the attire. Becoming more unhinged as the years go on. But it's true, man. Like, what else do you need to see? Like, this guy posing with P. Diddy in a fucking swimming pool. Like, He's an industry plant, Devin Haney. He's an industry plant. Maurizio Suleiman saying, oh, we sponsored Devin Haney before he was even a pro. When did the WBC do that for anybody? Bro, they don't do that for Mexicans. Devin Haney was an industry plant. It's as simple as that. And that's how like dead American boxing is. They're putting so much fucking stock into guys who can't knock out a good wank. Like with Gervonta Davis, for example, that guy's a clown, but at least he can knock people out. So I get why they're trying to hype him. I don't get. I've never understood why they tried to hype guys like Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. I don't get it. When you watch these guys fight, your testosterone drops by like half, at least. You know, I can't even like get a boner like 2 days after I've seen Devin Haney fight. My testosterone is so low. Awful. But we have to pretend like these guys are like specialist boxers who are so like immaculate and, you know, can't be touched. Awful. Awful. The standards have dropped. The standards have dropped. Loma ducked Tank, that's the truth. I mean, let's say for example he did. He pulled out of the Tank negotiations. I mean, like, so Tank's been ducking that fight for like 6 years, 7 years. So Loma, when he's been robbed against Haney, he's like past his best. I don't blame the guy. I'm not putting it on Lomachenko. I'm not. Even if he actually ducked that fight in his advanced age, past his best, I don't put it on Lomachenko. I don't. When a guy has been ducking you for 6 years, I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. Again, this whole shit of like picking a guy when he's ripe is dead. People don't get respect for that anymore. Not on this channel. They don't get respect for that anymore. So Lomachenko not taking that fight, I'm actually fucking glad. I'm actually glad. That fight should have happened in 2018. That's the reality. And Tank Davis turned it down. Floyd said himself he's not ready. So, fuck Tank Davis. I'm glad Lomachenko turned it down. Amazing. Let's stop rewarding these guys for feasting on corpses. Let's finish this now. Let's dead this shit. Seriously, it's getting old. It's getting old. These wankers have all the A-side privileges. At least fight these opponents in their primes. You know, you got your A-side privileges. Fight them in their primes. Let's not wait until they're 37 years old. How about that? So fuck Tank Davis. I'm glad he never got that fight. Fuck him. For what? Like Tank Davis can then say, oh, I beat Lomachenko. Like 37 years old. Get the fuck out of here, man. No offense, bro, but like, come on. Tank's been ducking that fight for years. And now Loma's past it, he wants to fight? Nah. I'm sorry. Nope. That's not gonna get any respect. So I'm glad Lomachenko turned down that fight. I'm glad. And I hope it doesn't happen. And I won't give any credit to Tank if he wins that fight if it does happen. 0. Tank Davis sold his soul. Now he's got the hairstyle of a woman. Exactly, he's fighting Lamont Roach, yeah. Exactly. Listen, Tank should be fighting like a Devin Haney, a Teofimo Lopez, etc. Those sort of guys. Oh, you actually watched Holmes versus Witherspoon today? Scored it 115, 113 to Witherspoon. Yeah, that was one of Larry Holmes' contentious fights. Was Tim Witherspoon. A few people felt he lost that fight. And there was another one as well. There was another fight that a lot of people felt was close. Was it Kyle the Truth Williams, maybe? Yeah, exactly. Joe Fraser was 5'11 and a half and 210-ish. Imagine he fought Zhili Zhang. Exactly, bro. Exactly. What's up, Z? God of Frogs. How you doing, bro? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, exactly, Mike. Yeah. Fraser Ali won. By round 7, they are both absolutely gassed, but supposedly Usyk, who I've never seen gassed, wouldn't stand a chance. Yeah. 100%, bro. Yeah, I think I had an 8 for COVID at the time. I agree, Chris. I agree. Yeah, I think Ali gets beat 90s and onwards. Usyk could make him quit. Listen, I wouldn't say that. Like, Ali had a lot of heart. I'm not going to say, listen, Ali had a lot of heart. I just think, the sport moves on. Every sport moves on. So, yeah, listen, I think the likes of Usyk beat Ali personally. Klitschko, Joshua. I think these guys beat Ali, Fury. But this is the kicker though. Like, a lot of people don't realize. Like, I'm not saying those guys are greater than Ali. Like, Ali had his time. He did what he did in his era. Greatness and who would win a head to head are totally different. They're not like mutually exclusive. But a lot of boxing fans don't get that. Yeah, Frank Bruno was better than people think. He would be a top 10 challenger, even in today's age. You're probably right, bro. You're probably right. He'd probably be top 10. You're probably right. Yeah, like a guy like Henry Cooper would like respectfully get knocked out by a guy like Derek Chisora, for example. He would get knocked out. By the way, Derek Chisora is a relic of the Klitschko era. Can we just say that? Still relevant now. In the weakest heavyweight era of all time, apparently, the Klitschko era. Like, Carafe Davis looks like an interior decorator. He looks like something, bro. I'll tell you that. Fought some butter chicken. Listen, if you order butter chicken from a takeaway, you're a degenerate. You have to have some sort of spice. You have to have some sort of spice. See, I'm a Vindaloo man myself. If I've had a couple of beers, a couple of sherbets, we go for a Vindaloo. A few samosas, a few poppadoms, bit of naan bread. Butter chicken is not it. I'm sorry. I like to feel the sting the next day. I like to feel my mistakes coming out the next day, you know? What's up, Nora? How you doing? AKA Ganja Flower. You think Fury was on gear for the Vladimir fight? Probably, bro, but so was Vladimir, let's be honest. I mean, look at that guy. Oh yeah, no, 100%. 100% Usyk is slowing down. I think he's slowing down. Yeah, 100%. He's 38 years old, right? So yeah, he's slowing down. 100%. Yeah, Fury's a unicorn. Yeah, nobody 6'4" and up has moved away the way he did. I agree. And he wasted his talent. Yeah, I'd agree, Doug. GMO from the block. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Chris Andre. I liked Chris Andre's channel. I really did. So hopefully he comes back. Hopefully he comes back. Probably, bro. These guys get, these guys go on the take and shit, Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. I've got Shiraz, Jordan, but I can see what you're saying. I think Adames has a puncher's chance in that fight, but he's so reckless at times. His defense isn't great at all. He switches. When he's in the southpaw stance, I think he's particularly open to the left hook. He leans in. When he's orthodox, he leans in. He lunges in with his overhand right, which is primed for the uppercut. Listen, as long as Hamza Shiraz stays composed, stays calm, stays relaxed, stays disciplined, I think he should pick the punches to beat Adames. But if he gets hurt early on, we'll see what he's made of, right? Does he have that discipline to remain composed? I think Adames has to come out in that fight and really go for it early on and really try to put it on Hamza Shiraz. I done a prediction video today actually on that fight. I uploaded it, by the way. What was your fight of the year? KO of the year, upset of the year. Upset of the year was Sarase over Munguia. Great knockout. Fight of the year was Usyk Fury 1. It probably wasn't the best fight of the year in terms of brutality and shit. But in terms of the stakes of what was on the line, I would say Fury Usyk won. Bit of a casual answer, I know. Knockout of the year, I would say it's a toss-up between Fabio Wardley over Fraser Clark in their rematch, and Bernardo Lopez getting knocked out by Angelo Leo. They're for me, they're the toss-up for knockout of the year. Is Chocolatito fighting again? Hand history vault. Is this fight official? He hasn't got any fights scheduled. Let me know, bro. You mean Cafu, the flyweight champion? Or super flyweight, I forget what he is. Because he beat Tanaka, right? Is that fight official? Chocolatito versus Cafu. Let me know. Is that official? Yeah, exactly, Duck. Yeah, exactly, bro. 100% Grant, 100%. Who do you think will take over TNT when Warren is with DAZN in April? I don't think anybody will, Jordan. I'll be honest. I think boxing in the UK is solely going to go to DAZN. Outside of Ben Shalom on Sky Sports. And I'm kind of... Listen, the whole monopoly argument, people say it could be bad, but we've not really seen it in boxing, have we? We've not really seen a true monopoly in boxing. I kind of want to see it to see how it goes. I'll be honest. But yeah, I don't think anybody will, Jordan. I think TNT are going to stick with Premier League football, rugby, UFC. I don't think they're going to go to... I don't think they're going to try and get any more boxing. I think Tank has legitimate mental health or motivation issues. He beats everybody except Tio. Or, sorry, I don't know who the other guy is. He just doesn't believe in himself. Yeah, I think he's been protected for too long. Chris, I think he's been protected for too long. Okay, yeah, so you're saying Loma and Tio, yeah. See, at this stage, I think Loma's slowing down. I think Tank could beat Lomachenko. I think Tank could beat Lomachenko right now. Personally. What's up, G-Man? How you doing, bro? Yeah, bro, I need to get a bit more provocative, G-Man. I do. Did you see the state of Tank Davis in that latest photo? Bro, come on, man. What is this about? What's going on here? People are calling him Tank They Them Davis, bro. Fucking hell. I'm not really sure now, Copend. I would probably favour Tank right now over Lomachenko. Yeah, exactly. Guy, this is another thing, Grant. You took the words out of my mouth. Like, we've seen this so many times in recent years. Guys who have world titles saying they aren't ready for certain fights. Exactly, bro. Exactly. This is my point. Like Tank Davis not being ready for Lomachenko for like 5 or 6 years, and then all of a sudden, when Loma's like 36, 37, he's ready. So no, I don't blame Lomachenko for not taking that fight. I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. These guys have all the A-side fucking shit in their side anyway. Take these fights. I think he had the foot speed, bro, Ali, but defensively, Ali, man, like, particularly after the layoff, like, I don't know, man. Like, defensively, I don't think Ali was as good as people made out, I'll be honest. And people like to shit on Klitschko, Vladimir, for holding and clinching and mauling, but nobody likes to say that about Ali. Just, like, literally just watch his fights. Cassius Clay was fighting guys like Dimitri Bivol's size. Well, yeah, Vindaloo plus a couple of beers equals to step reality for your toilet the next day, yeah. Yeah, so Lennox Lewis could have fought Chris Bird, right? Lennox Lewis is one of the fantasy fights I'd like to see Usyk in the most. I'd take Lennox Lewis, personally. But like you said, we've never seen Lennox in a southpaw fight, so what do I know? But Lennox was a smart fighter. He could box, he could get nasty, you know, yeah, he could be upset on his day, but Lennox was a great fighter. Yeah, I don't trust Shiraz's chin either. And Adame seems like the type of fighter that might go all out. I think he should do duck. I think he should go all out as well. If he tries to stand off and box with Hamza Shiraz, I think it ends badly for him. I don't think defensively he's good enough. I think he needs to risk it. Shiraz doesn't have a good chin. It's certainly up for debate. And Adames can punch. The issue with Adames is he's a bit of an inconsistent fighter. Like his last fight with Terrell Gaucher, he kind of looked pretty poor, to be honest. You know, the Derevianchenko fight, it was life and death. But in other fights with, like, you know, Montiel and J-Rock Williams, he looks like a bit of a destroyer. So we'll see what version of Adames turns up, but it's certainly a step up for Hamza Shiraz. Oh, that's been announced, has it? Yeah, Cafu's unbeaten, you know. He's unbeaten. Coming off a good win in Japan, back end of last year, against Tanaka. Young as well, fresh. That's an interesting fight. Listen, I'd like to say Chocolatito wins, but I don't know. I'd need to watch Cafu back because I've only really seen the Tanaka fight, Hand History Vault. I've only really seen the Tanaka fight, but you know he's a bigger, taller, longer man. He's younger. Interesting. See, listen, man, like Roman Gonzalez taking on these sort of guys when he's 37 at like fucking flyweight or super flyweight, whatever. Crazy. How would have Johnny Nelson done versus average Southpaw Usyk? He'd have got schooled, bro. He might have survived because like Nelson was a survivor. He was cute, he was defensive, he was awkward, but he would have got schooled. He wouldn't have won a round. I'll be honest, like Usyk, like Johnny Nelson's cruiserweight like legacy is completely overrated. Like he's got title defenses in his favour, but he fought fucking scrubs. Who was the best guy he fought? Carl Thompson, controversial stoppage. Carlos de Leon, one of the worst fights of all time. And Guillermo Jones, where he got a gift draw. Like, Johnny Nelson would lose to a guy like Lebedev quite comfortably. Marco Hook, Steve Cunningham, Juan Pablo Hernandez. These sort of guys. Like, these guys are levels above Johnny Nelson. Nelson wins easily. Do I pay for DAZN? Do I pay for DAZN? I think I do. I think I do, believe it or not. I say I think because I haven't watched it for a while. But I think I still do. Cop end. I think I still do. Choco takes Cafu apart. He's got good heart and work rate. But I'm not impressed with his skill set at all. Fight's awkward, bit unbalanced, throws sloppy shots and leaves a lot of openings. Yeah, I agree, G-Man. You're talking about Tank, right? You're talking about Tank. I agree. Yeah, bro, yo, Duck. I think the David Nika fight with Opataya. So I think Opataya wins. But I think Nika comes out of that fight with his reputation enhanced. I think he'll do okay. I don't think he's going to get blown out. He's a 6'6" cruiserweight. Good amateur pedigree. Decent straight punches. Okay-ish power. I think he'll do okay. I don't think he's going to get blown out. I don't. Yeah, Usyk Lewis would be great, I think, Wayne Towers. Like, in terms of fantasy fights, that's one I'd want to see. Usyk Lewis, that would be great. I'd say Usyk Lewis and Usyk Vitali, in particular, I would love to see. Like, Vitali's got a terrible resume, in my opinion. Like, a bang average resume. But, again, there's a difference between resume and head-to-head. Like, historically. Like, I think Vitali head-to-head favours very well with a lot of heavyweights in history. But I'd love to see Usyk versus Vitali. I'd love to see that fight. Vitali's one of those guys I think came around a bit too late. No, a bit too early, sorry. Well, you could say either way. A bit too late, a bit too early. Both would make sense. I would actually take Usyk over Vlad. I would take Usyk. I would take Usyk over Vlad. Vitali, I'm not so sure on. Julian Jackson versus Hamza Shiraz. You're trying to get fucking Hamza killed. Yeah, exactly. 37 at flyweight is like 57 at heavyweight. Yeah, facts. Yeah, exactly. He drew with Guillermo Jones. Yeah, exactly, man. Like, there's a lot of cruiserweights over the years who have been better than Johnny Nelson. Like, even a guy like Krzysztof Ladashek, for example. Again, like Steve Cunningham, Juan Pablo Hernandez, the Cuban based out of Germany back in the day. Marco Hook. Lebedev. All of these guys were better than fucking Johnny Nelson. I'm sorry. To be fair, Duck, like I've had no problems with the zone so far anyway. When I've used the zone. I've used the zone basically since its inception in the UK, on and off. And I've not really had many troubles. Yeah, I agree. I think Vitali's a harder style matchup. I rate Vlad over Vitali all time. JD, you're taking the piss. Nika could be a banana peel for Opataya. I favour Jai, but something is telling me Nika will turn up for a battle. I agree. That's basically how I see it, bro. Gareth A. Davis, more cringe moments lie ahead in 2025. Could have a roll around with Kyle Froch again. I agree, Jordan. I think, but yeah, Bellew would have beaten Johnny Nelson. I can't stand Tony Bellew, right? As a boxing personality, as like an announcer, as an analyst, but as a fighter, like Tony Bellew was a decent fighter. He should have always been at cruiserweight, to be honest. Tony Bellew should have always been at cruiserweight. Like, Tony Bellew wasn't a bad fighter. Not like elite of the elite, but he was a well-schooled fighter. Great counter left hook. Like, he was relatively fast. As much as I don't like Tony Bellew, he was a decent fighter. Yeah, Lewis versus Usyk would have been a fascinating fight. Yeah. But yeah, I like your rationale, yeah. Well, if he moved up straight from Cruiser and Ben fought Lennox, yeah, Lennox might have overlooked him, yeah. But it's kind of crazy, right, that Lennox never fought a southpaw. It's kind of crazy. Was that by design or was that just the way it turned out? I don't know. Of course you got no fans. Of course, man. You're probably right, Liz. You're probably right, bro. You're probably right. Like, Johnny Nelson wasn't that good. Like, honestly, he wasn't that good. Like, the cruiserweight division when Johnny Nelson was fighting was pants. Can we just be honest? Can you imagine Johnny Nelson, prime Johnny Nelson, against a prime David Haye? David Haye would have decapitated that guy. So Hand History Vault disagrees with Duck. Tanaka clearly lost in my eyes. Tanaka didn't take him seriously at all. And Tanaka clearly doesn't take boxing seriously anymore. He's on the decline. Yeah, I like Joe Stunner. Joe Stunner's good, man. Yeah, Tony Bellew. Tony Bellew never belonged at light heavyweight. Never. Yeah, I'd agree, G-Man. Like, Zerdo, yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. Like, maybe... When I think of the Cruiserweight champions in the last 10, 15 years or so, who would I pick Johnny Nelson to beat confidently? I'm not saying he can't beat anybody. But who would I take Johnny Nelson to beat confidently? Maybe Badu Jack, based on like the size? Maybe? But even then, it's like... I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Wizard Sleep, yeah. Nelson versus Carlos de Leon made Vlad versus Fury look like Hagler Hearns. Yeah, facts. Yeah, Bellew's underrated in my opinion. Solid performances against Masternak, Makabu and Usyk. Even Hay just written off because Hay was at the end of his career, but he was the underdog going in. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I still think that a prime David Hay would starch Bellew, but you're right. He was the underdog going in. Bellew was... I just think Bellew should have always been a cruiserweight, personally. He should have always been a cruiserweight. You know what? That's a great random fantasy fight. Enzo Macronelli versus Tony Bellew. Enzo hit harder. Yeah, I agree. That'd be a great fantasy fight. Bellew versus Enzo Macronelli. Do you know what? I would take Tony Bellew in that fight. I think I might take Tony Bellew. Yeah, I think I'd take Tony Bellew, but I'm not entirely sure. Didn't Lennox vacate his title? Was it the WBA? Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Yeah, he lost a lot of his early fights, Johnny Nelson. He still he rebounded and had a good career. But like when you compare it to like the recent years of cruiserweight, I don't think he would be a factor, I'll be honest. Yeah, Johnny Nelson. Yeah, I agree, Paul McAllister. I totally agree. Johnny Nelson is one of the best examples of a British world champion from the late 90s to early 2000s when Warren fighters picked up glorified Euro belts and defended them against no-mark Europeans. 100%. That's it. The gad staring at me on your profile picture is making me uncomfortable, not gonna lie. So it should. So it should. Ashley. So it should. Johnny Nelson versus Joe Smith. I probably still take Joe Smith. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, maybe not a cruiserweight. Maybe not a cruiserweight, but yeah, that's the level we're talking about here. Makabu versus Johnny Nelson. Not sure about that one, to be honest. Bro, Ioka took his soul, Duck. Let's just be honest here. Tanaka's never looked the same since Ioka took his soul. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you said it in your comment. I just realised. Yeah, Ioka took his soul. He was supposed to be the next big thing in Japan. Ioka gave him that Yakuza beatdown, and it was never the same again. So I remember Johnny Nelson saying he would fight Marco Hook. I'm not sure about like the Hey Enzo winner. Either way, he would have got starched either way. Like, he was supposed to come out of retirement to fight Hook. Like a prime version of Johnny Nelson would lose to Hook, in my opinion. To be fair to Johnny Nelson though, one thing I'll give him credit for, he had such an unremarkable career. The fact he's managed to like be a Sky Sports pundit for over a decade is pretty remarkable. You have to be honest. It's pretty remarkable. So fair play to that guy. He stole a living for like 10 plus years. Yeah, bro. I couldn't. I couldn't, bro. So yeah, this is the story. I watched Fury Usyk 2 with a couple of friends, plus a friend of a friend who I'd never met before. And you know when you're watching boxing with casuals, right? They'll come out with all sorts of shit. And he said to me, because I was like talking about the fight as it was going on, because I'm a fucking big-mouthed cunt who thinks he knows everything. I was saying about Usyk Fury, I was talking about what Usyk should be doing, what Fury should be doing, bloody bloody blah. And he was coming out about his boxing expertise. And he said, "Oh, I've got a signed poster of Nigel Benn versus Mike Tyson," or whatever it was he said. Yeah, no, I think it was Nigel Benn, Mike Tyson. I was like, bro, you're full of shit, man. You're absolutely full of shit. But it was a social setting, so I didn't call him out. But I should have said, bro, Nigel Benn was a middleweight, a super middleweight. What are you talking about, bro? What's up, Sebastian? Beterbiev beating a pound-for-pound boxer in his prime for the second time. What does that mean for boxing right now? That's a great question because Beterbiev's not in his prime right now. As far as I'm concerned, he's 40 years old near enough. So if he's to beat Bivol, that's huge. That's huge. If he beats Bivol again, that's huge, in my opinion. It's massive. Yeah, Tanaka being too inactive against world level champions. He did great bouncing back from the Ioka loss, but hasn't taken a super fight since then. Yeah, 100%. That's crazy. Hand history vault. When did that fight happen? Because I remember, like me and Mark, like Unrivaled Boxing. If you guys remember Unrivaled, we was talking about that fight for weeks, and me and him both said, "Yeah, Ioka's got this," you know. Like me and him both said, "Yeah, Ioka's the guy here. He's got this fight." 2020, bro. New Year's Eve of 2020. That's depressing, man. I was 26 years old. God, where does time go? Where does time go? That's crazy. That's crazy. Don't know where time goes, man. What's up, Bruce? How you doing, bro? Yeah, so Ricky Hatton was defending the WBU belt. WBU under Frank Warren, yep. Where like the British promoters, mainly Frank Warren, tried to make that like a mainstream title. Yeah. Yeah, Opataya would go through Johnny Nelson like a doorway. Yeah. Yeah, 2014, yeah, Johnny Nelson said he'd fight Marco Hook, yeah. Marco Hook would have destroyed Johnny Nelson. It doesn't matter when they fought. So do I, Jordan. I think Nika is going to give Opetaya a good fight. I do. Do you know what? Speaking of Callum Smith, I do like the fight with Joshua Buatsi. Like, if Buatsi stays close to him and sticks on his chest, I think Buatsi outworks him. But, what happens if Callum Smith lands that left hook, that check left hook counter on the chin of Buatsi? What happens? Respectfully, we've not seen Buatsi fight anybody of consequence, really. Like, he fought Craig Richards, domestically good fight, but we've not really seen Buatsi fight anybody of consequence near world level. Like, what happens if Callum Smith has, like, one last performance? Can Buatsi take that sort of power? I don't know, man. I got a weird feeling about that fight, you know. I think Buatsi's favourite, right? But if Callum Smith can land that left hook, I don't know. I'm kind of looking forward to that fight. Yeah, I don't get the Ishida hype, Duck. I'll be honest, I agree with you here. Like, yeah, like, Kao Yafai kind of schooled, like, Sho Ishida. What's up, Rashid? How you doing, bro? Most traumatizing, disturbed reality episode you ever covered, and why? Christ. The list is long. But I guess if I had to say one, probably No Mercy in Mexico or Guerrero flaying, I would say. I'd say that's probably the worst. Yeah, it's hard to say, man. They're all terrible videos, man. They're all terrible. I remember working with a casual when I said, I love Naz. He said, haha, you love a fighter who got KO'd in a round. He was thinking of Uzi Ahmed, and I had to show him the fight to get him to believe me. Yeah, bro, casuals are crazy, man. Like, it's the worst when you're watching boxing with casuals. Honestly, it's the worst. The only thing I'll say about casuals, though, one thing I will say about casuals, they seem to know how to score fights, like, relatively accurately. That's one thing I'll say about casuals, but in terms of, like, trivia and what they know about boxing, who beat who, and this, that, and the third, they're terrible. But when you're watching a fight with a casual, they score it pretty much bang on, which is interesting. Do I think Hay versus Harrison was a fixed fight? No, not really, bro. I'll be honest. I just think Harrison was shit as a pro. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I'm on the old orange and vodka tonight, so it is what it is. Oh god, I got hiccups. Fucking hell. I think Wayne. I think Goodman is okay. I think he'll give Inoue a decent fight until he doesn't. You know, similar to how, like, Haney did. I think he'll give him a decent fight until he doesn't. Check out Hayato Tatsumi. He fights at 130. He just beat up Rene Alvarado. Fights like Ioka, has cornrows. One to watch. Okay, I will do. I think I've seen him before, though. Yeah, Hatton Khan would have been a good fight. I'd probably take prime for prime Hatton at 140. Before in 2014, I remember on Twitter when Box Nation would read the tweets out. Bunt said, "Name a good British fighter who was never a world champion." I said Shane Neary. He read it and said, "No, he was WBU champion." Yeah, bro. Frank Warren tried to push that belt hard back in the day. He tried to push that belt hard. I'm not surprised. That's crazy, G-Man. That's crazy. But again, bro, like this is the level of like boxing journalist you have to be like that's the level of boxing journalist you're up against. So there's hope for us all. There's hope for us all. Your uncle said Chris Eubanks Senior. Chris Eubanks Senior was one of the goats, and he never lost. That's crazy, man. The whole okay, that's crazy. Like Chris Eubanks Senior was great. He was great for British boxing in terms of like getting the sport popular, getting people interested. But in terms of like nerding out on boxing like resumes, like his resume wasn't amazing. Like he had a gift decision against Michael Watson in their first fight, lost that fight. A gift draw against Nigel Benn in their second fight. Lost to Steve Collins, lost to Calzaghe. I would say Chris Eubanks Senior's best wins were Nigel Benn 1, where he stopped Nigel Benn. Having said that, listen, I'm younger than... for anybody out there who was like watching Nigel Benn, Chris Eubanks Jr. 1, for anybody who was out there, am I the only one who thought that was a premature stoppage? But anyway, his best wins were Chris Eubanks Jr. Were Nigel Benn 1 and Roshi Agani, I would say. Lindell Holmes was a decent win, I guess. And the Michael Watson rematch was a good win. Like, he won that fight legit, but he won the Michael Watson rematch legit. Like, I know it was a horrible ending, but he won it legitimately. So his best wins are Roshi Agani, Nigel Benn 1, Michael Watson 2, what's up, Daniel? How you doing, bro? Haven't seen much of Buatsi, but he looks to have a decent chin. It's hard to say, bro. He's been tagged up, but like he's never really been hurt. But he's not really fought a puncher like Callum Smith, so it's hard to say, bro. That's why I like the fight, because I feel like Callum could test Buatsi. Nah, bro. I'm working tomorrow, man. I'm working tomorrow. Working from home, though. So yeah, I can take a few liberties. That's the best thing about COVID with my place. So like when COVID happened, it was like, oh yeah, you got to work from home. Fair enough. Ever since COVID ended, it's like, yeah, you can work from home 3 days a week, come in the office 2 days a week. I'm sound, bro. I'll be honest with you guys, like the days I'm off, working from home, I slack so much. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of good. Yeah, David Tua versus Usyk. I take Usyk on points, but Tua's got a puncher's chance. Yeah, bro. Harrison Wallin would have been like the David Hay fight, but only it would last 12 rounds. Can you imagine the torture? Calzaghe at Tony Bellend at cruiserweight, at light heavyweight, bro. Calzaghe late stoppage. Yeah, I like Chris Eubanks Sr. Chris Eubanks Sr.'s got a YouTube channel now as well. G-Man versus Ben should have been a G-Man win. Yeah, there was, yeah. So, like, the first knockdown was controversial. You know, they said that, like, Nigel Benn had, you know, more time to recover, but he was outside the ring, so... and then there was the headbutt, the accidental headbutt. I feel like, listen, I will say this, Chris. I'm not sure whether it was controversial. Because I think the foul from Nigel Benn when he headbutted McClellan, I do think it was like an accident. And I think just on that night, Nigel Benn won. But I think if you took a prime G-Man and a prime Nigel Benn, I think G-Man wins for 9 other times. I will say that. I just kind of think Nigel Benn lucked out in that fight. I kind of think he lucked out. I don't think he was cheated or like anything like that, but I agree, Duck, yeah. But I am looking forward to the Callum Smith versus Buatsi fight for some reason. It's because we haven't seen anything from Buatsi. That's why, you know, he's not fought anybody, but... Prime Nigel Benn versus Canelo, who would have won? I would agree, Jordan. I'd take Canelo over Ben. I'd take Canelo. I'm not a big Canelo fan, but he was better than Nigel Benn. Nigel Benn was a tough dude, man. Like, a lot of power. But I'd have taken, like, Canelo. Like... I'd have taken Canelo. Would have been a good fight, though, I think. Do you know what I think? It would have been a version of, like, Canelo versus Kirkland, but a lot more competitive. IMO. Yeah, Yard is still in obscurity. Tunde's a con man, in the truest sense. Yard is gullible to believe him. Yeah, it's a shame, bro, but I think Yard at this point in time, G-Man... Listen, he's probably got one more big fight in him. He'll get, one more big fight, whether it's, like, domestically against... Maybe if Buatsi beats Smith, but... Listen, I think Yard is a wasted talent in it to a degree. When I say wasted talent, I'm not saying Anthony Yard would have ever been a world champion in this era. When you consider, like, he was fighting when Kovalev, Bivol, and Beterbiev were champions. I'm not saying he'd have been a world champion, but I think he would have had a much better career if he jumped ship earlier on. Like, if he jumped ship from Tunde, I do think Yard would have had a better career. Like, Yard had some talent, considering when, like, he started boxing late. Like, he's done remarkably well, even now, but I think he could have done more. Personally, but that's another one. Madrimov versus Ortiz. I'm in the same boat as you, Jordan. I've got no clue. I have to be honest, Jordan. When I think about that fight, if I just think about who is the more naturally talented fighter, I think Madrimov is. You know, when you like look at both fighters and say who would you rather be and like work off those talents they have, I would rather be Madrimov. Like, if I was a trainer, who would I rather work with? And I think I'd say Madrimov. I don't know. I don't know about that fight. I've got a weird feeling Madrimov. I don't want to say it yet though, so don't take this as like an official prediction. But I've got a strange feeling Madrimov might win. Like, might knock out Virgil Ortiz. That's a great fight though. Like, Madrimov did really well against Terence Crawford with like 11 fights. Like, he did really well. I don't think he won. Like, I've seen a few people say, "Oh, Madrimov won." I think you're being a bit like participation trophy like esque when you say that. But he did very well. Like, he gave Crawford a lot of trouble with like 11 fights, whatever it was. I've got a weird feeling Madrimov wins. But don't take this as gospel. I might change my mind. That's a hell of a fight though. You know when you think about certain fights and you can like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm on the vodka, Nora. I'm on the vodka right now. I can't talk. Hagler versus Canelo. Yeah, that'd be a great fight. How would either Ben or Eubanks have done against Jeff Lacey? I think Eubank would have beaten Jeff Lacey. More of a composed, like, boxer puncher. Ben might have got caught. But I'd still take Ben. Yeah, Canelo's undisputed run has been a little shit, I'll be honest. Plant, Smith, a blown up Billy Joe Saunders, hardly an all-time great run. Especially, yeah, he didn't fight Benavidez. Exactly. I agree. Oh yeah, Bellew cleverly won. Press conferences were fire. Yeah, facts. When Nathan cleverly said, I'll take you outside," and Bellew, let's go right now, you fucking rats." Fucking jokes, man. That was a great press conference. Yeah, Bellew cleverly won. Yeah, facts. Yeah, a big what if is Yard. Tunde tried to pick and choose so carefully. Frank isn't that type of promoter. I suspect Frank was fed up of forking out good money for nothing. Yard should have beaten him in 20. I agree. Yeah, I agree, G-Man. After the Kovalev fight, I would say, yeah, I think Yard should have gone a different like different trainer, tried new things. I agree. I think Yard should have like jump ship then. Yeah. After the Kovalev fight. Yeah, cleverly got assaulted by Kovalev, yeah. Yeah, Kovalev in his prime was so good, but you know what? You know when you talk about underachievers or like fighters who didn't make the most of their talent, weirdly, I'd put Kovalev in that like bracket. He got robbed against Ward, but like his outside the ring antics didn't help either. You're taking Madrimov by KO, not impressed by Virgil at all, versus Boazchuk. All his work looked so forced. I agree with his fight against Boazchuk. But I don't know whether that's because he's physically compromised after the illness, or whether that's because he was like, just rusty and shit, and not where he needs to be. But yeah, I can't get that fight out of my head either. I can't get that performance out of my head either. So I'm kind of in the middle right now on Madrimov versus Virgil. It's a great fight though, man. It's a great fight. I think Caballel's going to stop Zhang to the body mid-rounds, as Caballel is one of the only heavyweights to invest to the body. Yeah, but Caballel is a good body puncher. Duck responds about Caballel Zhang. I don't trust I don't trust Caballel's chin. Been hurt badly by Shmakichki, and even against Kevin Johnson. Yeah, I remember the Kevin Johnson fight. If Zhang lands a good one, it's probably going to be lights out. Yeah. Yeah, man, it's a good fight, man, because I look at both guys, and that's what I said in my prediction, basically, more or less. I think Caballel has the style to beat Zhang. I really do, because of Jordan's earlier comments. Like, if Caballel can get to the inside and work, I think he will outwork Zhang and win the rounds. But it's if he catches one of those right hooks coming in, or the short left hand coming in. It's whether he catches that shot, and if he does, can he take that shot? So the way I see it is I give a slight lean towards Caballel. I'm picking Caballel on points, but he could get knocked out in the process. It's a good fight, man. It's a really good fight. It's a really, really good fight. I agree. If Kovalev dedicated himself to the sport, he would have been a near unbeatable, all-time great level talent. Yeah, I agree. See, again, unpopular for a lot of people, but I rated Adonis Stevenson a lot more than a lot of people did. Like, his style was so unorthodox. Not that his style was unorthodox, but his build at heavyweight was he wasn't the tallest guy in the world, but his arms were super long. Like, when you felt you was out of range, he would catch you with that straight left southpaw lead, that straight left southpaw, straight left hand, and he could really generate power on that shot, man. Like Adonis was a good fighter. Like, people conflate what he did outside the ring, but he's another one I would describe as a wasted talent. Adonis Stevenson. Like, the fact that this guy was 40 years old, got a draw against Badu Jack, and went life and death with Vodzik, that tells you something, in my opinion. Like, he should have done a lot more with his career as well. Stevenson. I think he should have done a lot more, but Stevenson and Kovalev would have been such a great fight. It's a shame we never got it. It's a crying shame. 2014, 2013, that would have been the fight. But I can see why people would pick Adonis in that fight. Like, Adonis was dangerous. He was dangerous. I would favor Kovalev. I think Kovalev was a much better technician, traditionally. But Stevenson made what he did work. That would have been a great fight. Somebody would have got knocked out, I'm sure. Somebody would have got knocked out. No, I agree, Duck. Stevenson was a bum basher. I agree. But I do think he had talent. Again, the fact that at the end of his run, He drew to Badu Jack when he was like 40 and then fought fucking Vodzik when he was like 41 and did as well as he did. Like, he was losing that fight until he got stopped, but the fact he was competitive with Vodzik at like 40, 41, that guy wasted his title run, is what I'm trying to say. Like, in his prime, like, Adonis was a dangerous fighter. Like, there's a reason Ward never fought that guy. There's a reason. Like, Stevenson was a fucking good fighter, in my opinion. Again, we go back to this whole thing about, like, you know, head-to-heads and shit and resumes and legacy, but, like, I think Stevenson was a good fighter that never really realised his, like, potential. Because he fought fucking bums on Showtime. He fought bums. But I think he was a good fighter. I do. I think he was a very good fighter. Again, a one-trick pony, but the trick he did was fucking good. Who do you think would have won? Prime Margarito, Prime Mayorga? Margarito. Personally, I'd say Margarito. I think Margarito was much more consistent with his pressure. Tougher chin. I'd say Margarito, personally. G-Man would have taken Stevenson. Interesting. I don't see that. I don't see that out of the realms of possibility, personally. I would have taken Kovalev because I did prefer Kovalev's, like, fundamentals. I think he was more skilled. But Stevenson had that, like, touch of, like, that straight left hand. If he caught you with that shot. But the thing is, like, Cop End, I know the whole thing about Carl Froch ducking Adonis. Like, the narrative, like, but did he really duck Adonis Stevenson? Because instead of fighting Adonis, he fought Mikhail Kessler, who he lost to previously. So, like, is that really a duck? Like, seriously. Like, we can't look in hindsight. We have to look, like, from that point in time, in, like, 2013, whenever it was. 2012, 2013? Like, at that point in time, Kessler was a much more proven fighter who already beat Carl Froch. I can't in good grace really call that a duck, I'll be honest. Because the guy already beat Froch. He was much more highly rated, much more highly rated than Adonis at that point in time. I can't really call it a duck, to be honest. I understand why people do, but I wouldn't call it a duck, personally. I wouldn't have called it a duck. I wouldn't call it a duck. I wouldn't call it a duck. You can in hindsight, but again, I do remember at the time, like, most people were happy with a Kessler rematch. Because Kessler already beat Froch. So it's like one of those things, man. It's like, is it a duck? I think it's a stretch to call it a duck. I'll be honest. I know, right? Wayne, I know. I think his brother is a flat earther, DJ Clockwise. I do think his brother is a flat earther. I think it's Lee Froch, I think it's Lee Froch, right? But yeah, you're right. Yeah, Stevenson got hurt by Fafana as champ. Yeah, Kovalev walked through Pascal. I think he was the tougher guy of the two. Both very big punchers, yeah. I'll be honest though, I think both guys were, like, fragile to a degree. But I would have personally taken Kovalev head to head, prime for prime. But either way it went, I wouldn't be surprised. The karmic wheel of life caught up with Adonis, yep. Possibly. But listen, man, I believe in God. I think the karmic wheel will meet you in the afterlife, so I'm not really convinced with karma, personally, in this life anyway. I think you'll be punished in the next life, if there is any. So, I don't know. Yeah, Adonis, I think Adonis would have beaten Cole Froch as well, G-Man. I do. People were happy with Kessler because we didn't know who Adonis was at the time. Yeah, there's that as well. It was a bigger fight as well, let's be honest. It was a bigger fight. But, again, like, Kessler beat Cole Froch. So if you're fighting somebody to avenge your loss, like, is that really a duck? Like we always say, we want to see fighters avenge their losses or try to, right? Like a lot of fighters get credit for when they do that. So when they beat a guy who beat them, they get credit. So like, is it really a duck? I understand why people call it a duck in hindsight, considering Adonis went on to become like a relevant guy. But I can't really call it a duck like that, I'll be honest. I saw a video of Froch dismissing the moon landing in the video. Well, the moon landing conspiracy's got more legs to it, I guess, right? It's got more legs to it. Not saying I believe it, but it's got more legs to it than flat Earth. Like flat Earth is like retarded, but Froch versus Ben, I'd have taken Froch. Like natural super middleweight, probably a bit too big. I'd have taken Froch. Yeah, bro. First Carl Froch George Groves fight was premature. Yeah, way too premature. I'm not sure about Kovalev's chin duck. Like, he was dropped by Darnell Boone. I know that footage never surfaced, but I was never convinced about Kovalev's chin. That's one thing I will say. Like, watching him in his prime as a big fan of his, I always wondered, you know, with like you like certain fighters, but in the back of your mind, you're like, what happens if this guy gets touched? Like, hard. I always had that feeling about Kovalev, I have to be honest. And that was just, like, intuitive and like, just my gut, but I can't say I ever trusted Kovalev's chin, like, truly. One of my co-workers worked with NASA during the 50s and 60s. How old fucking is this guy? He claims it was legit, but I disagree. He lost the plot with me. Jesus. Have you seen the Elon Musk Kia Stalin tweets? It's funny seeing it unfold, yeah. Listen, I'm not trustworthy of Elon Musk at all, but it's kind of funny seeing him putting the UK on blast. It's kind of funny. It is kind of funny. I don't trust Elon Musk, but him calling them out is kind of interesting. Should Froch have stepped up to 175 at least once in his career to challenge himself? I'm surprised he never wanted to be a two-weight world champion. The thing is about Froch, like Cole Froch, in all like you can look at Cole Froch now. I look at that guy and he doesn't look like he doesn't look big. Cole Froch was never like a light heavyweight. Like super middleweight was literally the perfect division for Froch, because he never like ballooned up in weight. He was like, what, 170, maybe high 170s when he was out of camp, at best. Like, what 168 was just his division, and he found it easy to make. So that's what more fighters should do. Quite frankly, they should fight near their actual weight, like their real weight, and that's what Carl Froch did. Like, Carl Froch would never be a big light heavyweight, never in a million years. Like, Benavidez has fought at 168. Like, I know he fought his last fight at 175, but like, Carl Froch compared, let's say you have an out of camp Carl Froch versus an out of camp David Benavidez. It's night and day. Like, I don't blame Carl Froch for not going to 175. He wasn't a light heavyweight. In my opinion, just looking at the guy. Like, Carl Froch was one of the only fighters in recent years who fought at his actual weight class, more or less. More or less. Okay, so my co-worker is a Vietnam veteran, and he worked with NASA during the moon landing and the Challenger disaster. He's 67 now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Musk was a massive Larry Holmes fan. And I'm not talking about boxing, tells you everything you need to know about him. Yeah, 100%. I agree, G-Man. I agree. And I agree with Duck as well. Yeah, I think he's a bit of a false prophet. I mean, the Bible tells you about these individuals. False prophet. Yeah, he does seem very illegitimate. Does Elon Musk? Yeah, me too, Wayne Towers. I was like, when it all happened after the election, I was like, yeah, let's give this guy a chance, see what he does. But yeah, Nigel Farage is yeah, Nigel Farage is weak sauce. Yeah, he's weak sauce. He's weak sauce. Ultimately, listen, the UK is toast. As things stand right now, anyway. The working class people of this country have never really had like a political movement as such. Not an organic one, anyway. Yeah, it's mad how all the boxing and MMA YouTube channels I follow have similar views on what's been going on in the world in the last 5 years. It's probably because people who follow combat sport, I'm not going to lie, could be like an ego thing, but I feel like if you want to watch people fight, you probably have more testosterone, I'll be honest. Like, that's probably why, actually. But yeah, Nigel Farage is not the UK's answer. Like, maybe Reform UK are a bit better than like Labour and Conservatives, but he's not what we need. And it takes me back to the summer. Like, that's why like there was so much like backlash over the summer riots, is because the summer riots weren't orchestrated at all. They weren't orchestrated by one person or one party or one group. All it was all the summer riots were in the UK were a bunch of pissed off working class people who had enough. and they flipped their shit. That's why there was so much backlash over those riots, because they weren't organised like other riots in this country in the last few years. They weren't organised. It was literally just people who had enough, and they kicked off for a couple of days. And there were things that went on in those riots that were maybe against the law, and unbecoming, so to speak. But I will never condemn working class people, because I am one. I come from a working class background. I'll never condemn my own people. So ultimately, we are the people who are left behind in this country. In terms of education, whether it be university, etc., we're the demographic who are least represented. So I'll never condemn working class people in this country for kicking off. Never. Will never happen. Yeah, bro. F1 seems more tapped than boxing. Yeah. Like, I think MMA are more based than boxing, I'll be honest. Like, most MMA channels are more based than boxing channels, from what I've seen anyway. But yeah, it's like, they're working class sports, right? So there's going to be more people who are, like, more, like... Yeah, exactly. Basically this, Matt. Yeah, Nigel Farage is basically a centrist. If you're being kind, he's like centre, very, very, very slightly right. Yeah, G-Man's going off, man. Big up to G-Man every time. No, I'll be honest, Copend. I've not really researched for London bombings. Like, do you mean like 7/7? I don't really have any conspiracies about it, man. I'll be honest. Yeah, I feel like F1 back in the day, like back in the 90s, back in the early 2000s, were a lot better. When like, I mean, you had guys like Schumacher, Kimi Raikkonen, Fernando Alonso, like prime Fernando Alonso, all these guys going at it, and now it's like just shit, innit? Like Ruben Barrichello and people like that. Like F1 used to be pretty good back in the day, man, when there was more cars who could win the title. But yeah, these days, man, it feels like it's always the same guys who win it. Maybe it's always been like maybe it's always been like that, but maybe it's just nostalgia kicking in. But I used to like F1 back in the day. I used to love like the F1 PS2 games and shit like that. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the science behind the F1 cars is more interesting. Yeah, but the drivers are more boring. Yeah, like there's no characters now, right? Like Fernando Alonso was a shithouse, absolute shithouse. Like Michael Schumacher was a shithouse. Like these guys would like do whatever it takes to win. Yeah, F1 2000s. If I die, I die. 2020s. It's damp. It's not safe. I'm going to sing on the radio and cry. F1 is full of man children now. Yeah, like back in the day, it was so fucking good, man. Like back in the day, like F1 drivers were shithouses, man. Honestly, they were absolute shithouses. They would take any fucking advantage. Like, it's fucking trash now, man. Like, Michael Schumacher was goated. Like, Michael Schumacher was the guy. That's what I'm saying, bro. Schumacher's out here taking people out. And now look. Now look. What other sports do I watch? A bit of MMA and a bit of football, really. That's really it. Yeah, exactly. Schumacher was alpha, yeah. Now we have fucking the Climate Crew racing motor cars, yeah. Yeah, Schumacher was goated, man. It's a shame what happened with Schumacher. It's a shame what happened. But yeah, he was a great driver, man. He would do anything to win. And sometimes it was overboard, but like, bro, that's what you want. That's what you want. It was the controversy. It was the fucking spectacle. And now these wankers are like, yeah, these guys are fucking dorks now. Absolute dorks. But yeah, Schumacher was goated. David Coulthard, by the way, probably the greatest fucking duel in mankind. Absolute giga Chad. David Coulthard. All these guys, man, back in the day. Like, you had characters, you had names you remember. Like, I can't really tell you anybody from now, apart from, like, Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, whatever his name is. Whatever his fucking name is. Back in the day, there were so many more characters. Like Graham Hill. All these random ass guys. Like Mickey Hakkinen, whatever his name was. Mickey Hakkinen, yeah, Mickey Hakkinen. There's that Colombian guy as well, like Juan Montoya, Giancarlo Fisichella, you know, these guys. Jenson Button, Mark Webber, Felipe Massa, these sort of guys, you know. Like, who's in F1 now? Like, just a bunch of dorks. Yeah, I'm not surprised, G-Man. I'm not surprised if he is. Yeah, Schumacher was relentless. I loved him. 2000s we had Schumi. Yeah, we had 2020s we had Vettel, who complained because there was an air show before a race because it hurts the climate, and he's about to race. What went wrong? Yeah, man. Yeah, Coulthard was a Chad. Yeah, bro, that guy looked like a Giga Chad. That guy looked like a Giga Chad. David Coulthard. Like, David Coulthard looked like a Giga Chad. Like, his fucking jawline was crazy, wasn't it? Like, but now we're just stuck with a bunch of, like, absolute dorks. That's why I don't watch F1 now these days, man. I just don't watch it anymore. I watched it back in, like, the 2000s. Do you know what? When I think F1 died, was its last great season. You know when, like, Lewis Hamilton won his first world title on, like, the final corner? I think it was Brazil. Brazilian Grand Prix. When did Lewis Hamilton win his first Grand Prix, his first world title? Like, that was the last, like, great season, I think. When Lewis Hamilton won his first world title. Was it 2007 maybe? 2008? Yeah, that was like the last great season when Hamilton won that world title, like last corner, more or less. It was like right at the end of a race, wasn't it? When he won that title. I think it was in Brazil. Because I remember it. I'm sure it was Brazil. And I feel like that was the last great like F1 season, like the last truly great F1 season. Yeah, young Lewis Hamilton was like a G as well, man. Like, but I feel like he got probably, he got sat down, right? Sponsorship money and. But yeah, when Lewis Hamilton, his first couple of years in F1, I think didn't Lewis Hamilton like first year he narrowly missed out on a world title, maybe, and then the second year he won it. Bernie Eccleston's daughters were all right. Yeah, they were all right, weren't they? Yeah, young Lewis Hamilton was a G, but like he got compromised, bro. He got compromised, I think. And now he's out here looking like a metrosexual, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, so yeah, that was it. '07, yeah. So Hamilton fucked up the title in '07. That was a great season as well. And the next year he won it, like right at the end. So yeah, those were two, like, Lewis Hamilton's first two seasons in F1 were probably like the last great seasons. G-Man is like the F1 guy here, so I'm probably wrong. I haven't watched it for a long time. But I feel like they were like the last two generational like seasons where people look back and say, yeah, that was fucking amazing. But I liked the shithouse drivers, like fucking Alonso. Like people used to hate Alonso when he won those titles. He won like back-to-back titles. Like people used to hate Alonso, but he was such a shithouse. I liked him. He was such a shithouse. Such an arrogant Spaniard kind of thing, you know what I mean? But I kind of liked him. But yeah, I'm glad Hamilton's got the like all those wins because he represents the UK. So oh, okay. So did Vettel go more woke than Hamilton? Okay, it's not really surprising though, right? Because most of these guys in F1 are like from pretty affluent backgrounds to a degree, to varying degrees. Most of these guys are from pretty like affluent backgrounds. So I'm not surprised. I'm not really surprised most of these guys go woke. I'm not surprised. I'll be honest, Dark man. I'd rather see Usyk retire though at this stage. Bro, when Renault came along, man, bro, I also think, that Renault car, like 0506, whenever it was, or was it 0607? Whenever it was, that Renault car, like the blue and shit, and bro, that was an iconic car. It looked so different to like most of the cars that won the titles. Like the Renault cars that won the two titles, I think it was either 0506 or 0607. I think it was 0506. Like those cars were so iconic. 0506, okay, yeah. See, G-Man's the F1 guy here. I say Tank is the wokest boxer. I feel like Tank's one of those guys, you get him behind closed doors, he probably wouldn't be. But I think he's one of those guys who would sell out quick. I agree, Nordic, man. I'll be honest, I agree. I'd rather see Usyk do something crazy like fight Beterbiev at a catchweight if Beterbiev beats Bivol, or goes down to cruiserweight and fights Opetaya if Opetaya beats Nyka. That's what I'd rather see, personally. Or even if like Parker wins, maybe fight Parker. But I don't want to see Usyk in another rematch as well. That's another big part of it. I'd rather see Usyk fight somebody different at this stage. Or maybe like the Zhang versus Caballel winner. I wouldn't mind that. Yeah, I've seen this as well. I saw an interview of Usyk talking about his former British opponents like AJ Fury, Chisora and Bellew and Dubois. He called them all friends, but not Dubois. Yeah, I saw that interview as well. So he seemed to be the most fond of Bellew and Chisora. Which I can understand, like... My metric is like, who would you rather go have a drink with? I think Bellew would annoy me, to be honest with you. But I feel like Chisora would be a good drinking buddy because, like, if you get in trouble, he's gonna sort you out. He's gonna save you. Usyk's tired of exposing British heavyweights. It seems like that, bro. It does seem like that. Sorry, I'm pouring myself another vodka and orange. So yeah, I don't... Listen, man, I tried to... I was thinking about doing dry January, but like, for Christmas, my brother bought me a bottle of Ciroc. So I was like, I'm going to do a dry January, so I thought, fuck it. Let's leave it. Haven't drunk since New Year's. But you know what? I thought, fuck it, let's open it up. Let's open it up. And here we are, we've gone through half a bottle, so it is what it is. Has Lewis ever met Madonna? Maybe he lost his mojo from her, like, fucking React Paul. Like, bro, React Paul's a... sorry, not React Paul. Madonna's a fucking... She's a succubus. Usyk's face when Dubois crashed his interview. He looked so sad and fed up, yeah. Because he was saying about his kids winning, like, judo tournaments and shit and fucking... You know, and then Dubois comes in. It's like, bro, come on, man. Like, time and a place. Yeah, I think Usyk would be a good laugh if you had to drink with him. I think Usyk would be a good laugh, to be fair. He can probably put him away as well, you know. He's one of those guys, you look at him, he can probably put him away and be okay. Like... But in all seriousness, like, for Usyk, I'd rather see him retire at this point in time. But if he doesn't retire, because he's not going to get any better from here, right? But if he doesn't retire, I would rather see him fight, like, maybe Beterbiev at a catchweight if Beterbiev beats Bivol, just for something crazy. Or Opetaya for something crazy if Opetaya wins his next fight. And failing that, if he stays at heavyweight, maybe the Zhang Parker winner. Sorry, Zhang Caballel winner. Or if Parker beats Dubois. I don't want to see another rematch. Oh yeah, Usyk can punch a bit. Yeah, Usyk can punch a bit. 100%. Yeah. Because you went to see his fight with Dubois, right? Colin. Chisora's got Farage on speed dial as a last resort. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Duck. Yeah. But this is the thing about boxing, man. I get really disillusioned with is like, like the whole Usyk Dubois thing. Sometimes there's very rare fights, and these fights are rarer than people like to make out. Where like either guy could have won, or like somebody got unlucky. Those situations are super rare in boxing, right? But I've never understood how much traction the low blow like narrative got in regards to Usyk versus Dubois. Like, because to me, not even to me, this is just what it is. It was a low blow. Like, it was a clear, blatant low blow. I don't get how, like, boxing fans really are tapped. They really are tapped. It's like, I don't know. I don't get how it's got so much legs. I really don't. I've got a feeling Bellew off camera would be fun. It's clear as day he's playing a role. I'm sure the Bellew who went off on Hay in 2016 is the guy you'd get. Yeah. You're probably right, G-Man. He's probably just earning a living, right, and keeping a job. Well, thank you, JD. You're an absolute legend. Thank you, man. Would you not have a crack at Madonna to say you've done it? Your head could probably fit up there too. I don't know. If you're saying, would I go on Madonna now? I'd say no. Genuinely, I'd say no. But like maybe, how old is Madonna? I would say Madonna is, 60? I'm 30. So 18-year-old me versus a 48-year-old Madonna. Maybe then I would have done. But like, not now. No, not now. No. Madonna was hideous in her prime. Mate, I've seen guys in their early 20s saying that they're jealous of Reactable because of Madonna. Yes, crazy, bro. Anthony Fowler's Twitter's class, proper fucking Brexit, Tommy Robinson. Granite Brexit. That's why his legs were weak against Chris Billum-Smith, bro. Because he was shagging Madonna. She like fucking sucked all his energy. You think the Opetaya fight's going to happen? Beterbiev would need to fight Bivol again, and the winner of Benavidez versus Morel. He can beat both of them. Yeah, I think he can beat both, but let's say he beats Bivol again, and then doesn't fight the Morel Benavidez winner to fight Usyk. Nobody's going to judge him. Nobody of any right mind would judge Beterbiev if he decides to fight Usyk rather than the winner of rather than the winner of Benavidez, Morel. Do I like any Madonna songs? I can't really name any, to be honest with you. I can't really name any. You think Usyk's going to retire at 40, unfortunately? Rather he goes and joins Ukraine war efforts. Yeah, Usyk's punching technique, mainly with his left hand, has improved. Yeah, I agree. At heavyweight, I think it has improved. Commentators created that narrative in regards to the low blow. I agree, and it really does go to show how poor, how substandard journalism in boxing is across the board, whether it be UK, USA, etc. It really does go to show how bottom of the barrel it really is. Again, these guys are for sale. They are embarrassments in every sense of the word. Because if you think that was a low blow, you should probably stop watching boxing. You really should. Like, there was the narrative after that fight that Usyk wears his short tie, which is not the case. Really isn't the case. He kind of wears them average for what most boxers wear them. They're kind of at like an average height, you know, when it comes to like shorts. They're not low, they're not high, they're just average. And you look at Fury in the Usyk rematch, and Fury was one of the guys who tried to push that narrative that Usyk wears his trunks so high. It's embarrassing, man. Like, boxing journos, a lot of boxing channels are an absolute embarrassment. They shouldn't cover the sport. They should cover tiddlywinks or fucking whatever, man. But these guys are fucking retards. Nah. I think Don Charles has done well for Dubois, to be honest. I think that's a good fit. So I think I gave Dubois 1 round in that fight. I think I gave Dubois 1 round against Usyk. I think. I'd need to watch it back, but... No, I didn't see it, Colin. I didn't see it. A few guys I have met Bellew in person at army events, and they say he's a top bloke. Yeah, he's probably just doing what he has to do to get a check right, Tony Bellew. Yeah, that's a great point, Duck. Yeah, I think he could always sit down on his punches when he wanted to. Yeah, in regards to Usyk, was punching hard in the WSB versus big heavyweights. Yeah, I mean, look at the Joe Joyce fight. Like, Joe Joyce was feeling that shit. He was feeling that shit. Bro, fucking Madonna. Madonna looks like fucking Jigsaw. You know that little Jigsaw fucking doll, you know, on the tricycle? That's what she looks like now. Awful. What's up, Quags? How you doing, bro? How come you've not settled down yet? Because I'm a stallion with a... Listen, I'm a stallion. That's why. They're chasing me all over the gaff, man. What can I say? I can't deal with the aggro right now, is the truth. I'll be honest. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with the aggro right now, so casual or nothing. As far as I'm concerned, I can settle down at 45. And I'll be fine. Yeah, Dubois hitting Usyk in the phallus is on camera. People are just dishonest. That's really it, Max Kuckerman. That's really it. Like, it's kind of ironic as well. You know these retards who say, oh, you've never boxed before, so you can't criticize fighters. It's ironic, really, because these guys must have never boxed before. Like, to not realise that was a low blow. It's kind of ironic, but it is what it is. You know, your dick is not the only place, or your balls is not the only place where you feel a low blow. If you get punched in the pubic area, it fucking it kills you. Like, just above the dick. Below the navel, it fucking kills you. Just do a bit of sparring. Yeah, exactly, Ashley. Yeah, every punch Usyk landed on Fury was technically a low blow, as he had his trunks as high as his nipples. Yeah. Yeah, I agree, Chris. You're right, bro. Yeah, pass. Facts. Yeah, Madonna looks like an alien. 66 years old, apparently. Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. So even 20 years ago, yeah, when I was 10, she was 46 years old. Even a 10-year-old me would probably said no. Duck. It's like that fucking Simpsons, Willie the groundskeeper. Kill it with fire! Like, bro, she's hideous, man. Honestly. Shit. Usyk's a crazy motherfucker. He'll be a good night out, like a good company, good company on a night out. Yeah, Madonna's got more pricks than a second-hand dartboard. Yep, facts. Facts. Boxing wags is a discussion we need to have. I'm not really sure of like how many wags are out there in regards to like boxers. I always liked Eroslandi Lara's bird. She was kind of thick, like nice thick though, not like you like fat girls, Del. No, like proper built, like nice, fat ass, nice thighs. Maybe Colin, but we'll see, man. He's still relatively young, right? What is he, 29, 30? Oh, yeah, he could still do it. Yeah, Usyk, you can tell by Usyk's shoulders in particular, like, he's actually a stocky dude. He's built like a fucking block, Usyk. Yeah, do you know what, actually? It's funny you talk about Turkey, like, and Madonna, like, having Madonna at one of these shows. One thing I liked about the last one, Usyk Fury 2, there wasn't as much, like, entertainment, which I liked. I feel like Turkey's learning. He knows we don't want this shit. Like, just give us the fights, broski, and that's good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could see the top of Usyk's belly button in pics in the Dubois fight. Exactly, bro. Exactly. But yeah, these retards. Oh, Usyk's shorts were high. Get the fuck out of here, man. It's like some retard on Talksport says it, like Simon Jordan, and it becomes fact. I'm sick of boxing media in general. Like, how anybody watches like any of these channels, bro. Like, whatever you want to say, how anybody watches these channels is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Madonna was at the Tank Roley fight, and PBC had her a star of the night, private section and everything. Yeah, well, the PBC is more or less dead, right? They had 5 shows in the entirety of 2024. Like, PBC are basically dead at this point in time. PBC are basically dead. Thank God, at this point in time. When Al Heyman first did his thing, I was like open to it. Like, we'll see how it goes. When he like had all those TV, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. After a year, though, it was clear to see this guy had zero idea. Zero idea. This guy was a scammer. He swindled the Waddle and Reed money. Hence why he's still in a lawsuit right now with them. He swindled like nearly $500 million from Waddle and Reed. Yeah, Al Heyman's been terrible for boxing. Absolutely terrible. At least Turkey's putting up his own money, or well, his own country's money, at least. And that's one thing that, listen, we can talk about the sports washing and shit like that. But I've been relatively satisfied with the Saudi product. I've been relatively satisfied with the Saudi product. So yeah, some of the scorecards haven't been where they should be. But like I said, one thing about these Saudi fights, maybe the only exception, depending on who you ask, would be Fury and Ngannou, because some people think that was a fake fight. But aside from that, like I feel like every fight I've seen has been real on these Saudi cards. Judging aside, I feel like both guys have always come to fight, and like whoever wins wins, or whoever, do you know what I mean? Like both guys are at their best or near their best. So I'm all on board with the Saudi thing right now. I've got a few concerns, I've few reservations. I'm not like totally on board, because you should never be that, but I've got a few like judgments reserved, so to speak, but I think the product they've given us has been like far superior to anything we've seen in the last, well, a long, long time. Chris is getting in there, bro. Big up to Chris V, man. See, we only have Chads here, man. We only have Chads here. Big up to Chris. Big up to Chris, man. Can't imagine being 45 and being with a woman who's also 45. Based. Free up Reactpour. Facts. Yeah, Reactpour's done, bro. He's been claimed by Madonna. Reactpour's done, bro. We need to forget about him. Wayne Towers, bro, you're fucking crazy. Yeah, basically, Matt, you need to be a doormat to work in boxing media. See, I'm waiting for the day when boxing YouTube, let's just say boxing YouTube. Boxing YouTube needs like an MMA guru. You know MMA guru, if you watch UFC, you know who he is. Like, he boils the piss of so many UFC fighters. Like, so many UFC fighters called him out. Like, getting triggered about what he says. That's what boxing needs, is somebody like that. And I'm surprised it's not happened yet. I don't have the time to do it. Or try it. I'm not going to be so arrogant to say I would do it, but and succeed, but I don't have the time. But boxing media needs that guy who just trolls these people. Like MMA guru. Brutally honest IFL interviews. Exactly, Ashley, yeah. Madonna or Michelle Hoare Phelps? Who are you going with? You mean... I'm assuming you mean right now, this very second. It's Michelle Hoare Phelps all day long. Twice on a Sunday. Yeah, the atmosphere is not great, but I'd rather just see good fights, man, at this point in time. I'll be honest, Jordan, like, Froch on Fighting, in terms of big channels, like, Carl Froch is actually quite a good YouTuber. Yeah, brutally honest is the key title. Just put, if you're a boxing uploader, just put brutally honest in every title. IFL still don't know how to hold a camera properly after all these years. Yeah, Coogan is just like living it up now, right? He's done his thing. You would imagine he's made his money at this point in time. You would imagine he's made his money. So he's just like living it up now. Madonna sucked the strength out of react for. Yeah, I'd love to be a boxing commentator, but wouldn't last long, yeah. Do you know what? If I could have any job in boxing, it wouldn't even be in the media anyway. If I could have any job in boxing, it would be a matchmaker. Because I feel like... I'll be fucking egotistical and arrogant as fuck. But I feel like whoever Matchroom's matchmaker is, whoever Queensbury's matchmaker is, I know more about boxing than they do. That sounds super arrogant, I know. But I feel like I'll be a better matchmaker. I know matchmaking is more than just like going on BoxRec and picking an opponent. What I'm trying to say is, because you have to like make contact, there's a lot more to being a matchmaker than just like selecting an opponent. There's a lot more to it. But what I'm saying is, Queensbury Matchroom they should hire me as a consultant for opponent selection. For like prospects, especially like prospects, up and comers, because I will get these guys tested, and if they're shit, they will lose. But if they're any good, they will win. Like, bro, I'm telling you, people in this whole YouTube scene know more about boxing than a lot of these people who work in boxing. I'm telling you. Well, Saint, bro, listen, I'm a trailblazer. I'm going to say it. I'm a trailblazer. Predictive programming and all that. We called Michelle Joy Phelps 5 years ago now, more or less, that she was going to go on OnlyFans. 5 years ago. After the COVID pandemic. When she said, oh, these promoters, they have to like subsidize our living while we're not covering boxing. I said then, yo, this bitch is going to go on OnlyFans. It's a matter of time. It's almost like I know. Listen, it's almost like I know. These people in boxing are fucking frauds. A lot of them. Yeah, IFL have not been good in a long, long time. Yeah, boxing media, yeah, they're professional phallus pleasers, facts, yeah. Oh shit, you need to get in touch, Nordic. You need to get in touch. I need to know, bro. I need to know. If I jump on the live with you, Nordic, you need to tell me off stream. You need to tell me off stream. Rachel Frosch, yeah, gives off blowjob signals. Yeah, one good thing about Turkey Al Sheikh is he's exposing the frauds. Yeah, it seems that way. It seems that way. Yeah, listen, I like boxing. MMA Guru, sorry. And I'm like a super casual MMA fan. Like, I'm super, super casual. But I still watch that guy. I watch that guy's videos. Now and then. Not like every video, but I watch his videos. Yeah, Malinaji is a good commentator. Shout out to Gareth Gay Davis for always being zesty. Happy New Year, Luke Partridge. Happy New Year. You can actually say it now as well. Happy New Year, bro. Happy New Year. Yeah, Froch doesn't do this for a living, so he doesn't have to glaze as hard as your typical boxing YouTuber. Yeah, facts. But I don't know, maybe I'm naive, maybe I'm low IQ, but like... But I don't need to do YouTubing for living. Like, so for example, like I work a full-time job. I've always been a working class guy. I don't get paid a shit ton of money by any means. But even when I found success with the other, with the other channel, I never sold any. I never sold anything that I didn't believe in or I didn't like. Like, do like people really do like value money over like their own integrity and word and what they believe in? It's fucking sick. It's fucking sick. And maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm naive, but it's just fucking cringe, isn't it? It's just. Yeah, Eddie Hearn. Let's match a prospect who's learning slow in with an unknown Mexican puncher. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, exactly. Apparently Nordic. Apparently. This is the rumour that's going around. 2016 was the last time IFL was in any use. I'd probably agree. Yeah, Japan, bro, and the crazy thing is, Max, you juxtapose that with like, if you meet Japanese people, like I work with a couple of Japanese people, genuinely like the friendliest people you'd meet. Like honestly, super friendly, super polite, like super calm, super polite, super calm. I said that twice. I realise, like it's really nice, like really nice people. So I work with a lot of Japanese people in particular because of the industry I'm in. We work with like a lot of Japanese companies, and yeah, Japanese people are super nice. Thoughts on Charlie Parsons? Half man, half mole rat, 5'5", dork. Not interested. Oh, what did you have for dinner last night, Eddie Hearn? Dork. Absolute dork. Yeah, exactly. They know fuck all about the sport they're supposed to cover. Remember when they invited Coogan on the DAZN panel live, and he sounded like he was having a stroke, yeah. Yeah, man. Boxing is one of those industries. We all complain about it, but maybe we should do more about it. It feels like the barrier of entry is so low. Trying to get a second job soon? Yeah, right. I mean, in this economy, you might have to, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy right now out here. Do you work full time in your current job though, Nordic, right? Do you know what I would do if I was you, Nordic? Before you do that, try to do like put like 3 months into your YouTube channel, like put like 3 months into YouTube and see what happens. Just put like 3 solid months of like pure uploading, and see where you get from it, bro. See what you can earn from it. That's what I would do if I was you. Do that first. Because you can make the banger, like you made the whole Carl Froch like videos. Because you've got the unique ability to boil people's piss, to wind people up, and that's currency online. If you can wind people up, if you can get under their skin, if you can piss people off, you can definitely make some money online. And that's one thing I've not done enough on this boxing channel. Like when I just go on rants and shit. Like I know I can do it, but I just can't fake it. I can't. I have to be invested in the topic to do it. And you may be the same, but you can make money by doing that. Is it true that Japanese and Chinese chicks have extra tight pussies? I've never been with either, to tell you the truth, so I can't tell you. I'm not a big fan of Asian chicks, to tell you the truth. Like I prefer Japanese out of the two, but not a big fan. Did you hear Sergio Mora saying that Benavidez should age Beterbiev out. This is today's boxing media. Yeah, exactly. Well, Sergio Mora. Yeah, I work full time. Had a viewing for a new flat today, but my bottle crashed and I backed out. Laugh out loud. House prices are shocking now. Yeah, they are. They are, bro. And bro, you live in Scotland, bro. Like, I live like down south in England. Like, down south. Anywhere close to London, bro, you're getting rinsed. So, bro, I might come up to where you're at, bro. I might come to where you're at, man. Like, down here it's crazy. I'll never own a home out here unless I fucking, you know. I don't. So my whole thing is like, I could own a home if I like got with a chick and like done the whole thing and all that shit. But I've always wanted to own a home in my own name. As weird as that sounds, it's probably weird to a lot of people. But I've always wanted it in my name only. Like, it's mine, pure mine. And yeah, that's tricky. That is tricky. Like, I could probably move somewhere like maybe a year away from it, maybe 2 years away from it, but I could probably move to a less desirable area and buy a house cash, but then I have nothing left. Literally, like I got nothing left. I'd have nothing left. Like, but yeah, do it, Nordic. Just do it, bro. Just do it. Like, you've still got monetization, bro. What I would do if I was you, Nordic, like before you like trying to get a second job, I would give YouTube like 3 solid months of like uploading, pure uploading, maybe 5 videos a week. Just see where you get. Like, if there's an upward trend, keep doing it. Keep doing it. Because you do have a knack of pissing people off. And that can be worth its weight in gold. It can be worth its weight in gold. And that's one thing I've not done enough on this channel. I really haven't put effort into this channel. Well, basically ever. I just talk about boxing, like, because I love boxing. But, you know, there's certain things I could do to, like, try and push this channel to the next level. There's certain things I'd like to do, like passion projects, you know, like documentary type videos of, like, fighters who maybe, like, what if fighters is one, like, particular interest of mine. You know, like, fucking Edwin Valero, or Ike Ibuche, or people like that, you know, Dimitri Pirog. There's certain things I'd like to do, but it's just time, bro. I work full time, I've got the other channel, it's fucking just time. It's time. If I didn't have the other channel, especially, I would have done it by now, but it's... Yeah, same as me, mate. In my name only. Only my name. Yeah, facts. Moved to Cowden Beef. Bro, I'd be feeling the Scottish environment. I feel like I'd get on down there. I'd get on down there. You know, English accent. You know, I'm sure the Scottish birds will love it. That's why Nordic's got a bird and doing well. You know, because he's Scottish, but he's got like the English accent almost. He's got that like Nottingham, like Midlands accent. You got an apartment for 180k here, 3 beds, gym, pool, etc. Yeah, bro, you're not getting that around here, bro. So I'm about, let's say I drive to London right now, like traffic's probably like minimal. I'll probably get there in 40 minutes, maybe 40-ish minutes. Possibly. Let's Google it. Maybe more than that, actually. Maybe about an hour. But even around here, bro, it's crazy. Like, the price is crazy. Got a video about Larry Holmes in development. Just need to put it together. Yo, G-Man, like, G-Man makes videos, Nordic makes videos, right? Have you seen these random, like, channels that you've never seen before? This is a great point, G-Man. And they'll make a documentary on a certain fighter, like, it could be anybody, right? Like, fucking David Price, for example. In fact, I think I saw this title. It's like David Price, like, Rise and Fall of David Price or something like that. These random channels you've never heard of get crazy views. Like, boxing media now, like, there's random channels on boxing now who are getting really good views. Just like random channels that have popped up over the last year, so that's probably a lesson to all of us. But the issue I have with like boxing content, I'd love to do content like that, but it's fucking copyrights and, you know, all that shit. It's like, I'd rather not fucking deal with it. I'd rather not deal with it. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more AI generated videos now. Yeah, 100%. Especially like short videos, you know, like YouTube Shorts. That's a big thing. That's definitely a big thing. Yeah, it's not sustainable. But like, my issue is right now is I'm kind of stuck where I'm at. To like, I'm kind of stuck where I'm at. You know, because my parents are not well, so it's like I don't want to leave where I'm at right now, so kind of just keep on renting for the time being. I'd rather stay around here. You know, I'm not going to leave my parents and that, like, in case they need anything. So like I'm kind of stuck here because of that. But at the same time, it's like the right thing to do. I'm not like I'm not like sitting here saying it's the wrong thing to do or whatever. And I know if my parents were, especially my dad, if he was in a better state, he would say, bro, just fuck off and do your own thing. But yeah, I'd rather stay around here for now. But yeah, the prices around here to buy a house are so crazy. So crazy, man. It's insane. Absolutely insane. So yeah, right now I'm kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Yeah, there's quite a few boxing videos I've seen pop up with AI voiceovers, clickbait titles, yeah. They get a lot of views, and they're shit, yeah. Meanwhile, content creators struggle, and it's not fair, yeah. I wouldn't say it's not fair, but it's the way of the world, right? It's just the way of the world. And I've noticed that in my other, like, genre of, like, true crime, there's a lot of, like, true crime channels now that have, like, pure AI voiceovers, you know. But it is what it is, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, Nottingham's crazy expensive, but if I moved there on my current wage, I literally couldn't afford to feed myself in a shared studio, yeah. Yeah, it's mad. It's mad, bro. Like, there has to be a tipping point in the UK, like, for these house prices and rent prices. But it's going to get to the point, surely, where it becomes unsustainable. I've never understood how so many people, like, get through it. Yeah, I saw that, Liam, on my recommended, that David Price video. heard YouTube's going to crack down on these clickbait AI channels. Yeah, so they've been saying that, bro. Rigman Thomas, but it's funny you say that. So on my other channel, Disturbed Reality, where we talk about the gruesome and macabre, about a year, 10 months ago, my channel got hit with the whole AI thing because I don't know why, like, they thought I was AI, which is, I don't know whether that's a compliment or a fucking insult. But, yeah, my channel got demonetized for a while because they thought I wasn't a real person, because they don't show my face. So they're trying, I guess they're trying to crack down on it, but fucking, I don't know. Because I like write scripts for my other channel. I write scripts, I research for cases. It's a fucking ball ache. Do all the work. I'm not a great editor, but you know, I write the scripts and shit. For like zero money. Well, not zero money, but like... all of my videos basically get demonetized. Or like half monetized on the yellow. If you've uploaded on YouTube, you know about the yellow monetization fucking symbol. So the yellow one is basically, it's not like totally demonetized, but it basically is. You get a few dollars. If I had my time back, maybe I would sell out. Just take the sponsorship money. I'm not sure about Lee Wood, by the way. I'm not sure about Lee Wood. So he's looking for a fight at the City Ground. Yeah, that's what I've kind of heard as well. From what I've heard, the only fight. Sorry, from what I hear, the only fight he's interested in. Okay, getting one last fight at the City Ground, but the money for it isn't there in those divisions. Yeah. Salute to Nora, yeah. But yeah, you guys have got no idea how much trouble I've had on the other channel with YouTube. Zero idea. Very rarely, bro, duck. Like, very rarely. I just can't, like... I just got to get in the mood for the other channel where on this one I can turn up like I am now, half fucking cut, pissed up, and I can still do a live stream. But on the other channel I've got to be like somewhat professional, so it's like, yeah. I've got to be in the mood for it on the other channel. As Dillian White would say, what bad man, comes from Luton? Well, who do we have from Luton? We got Tommy Robinson. We got Andrew Tate. We got the 7-7 Bombers. We got Andrew Tate's brother. Like, Luton's a shithole, bro. Honestly. Yeah, I've heard this as well. Wood versus Kakashi. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Luton's a shithole, bro. Honestly, I don't live in Luton, by the way, anymore. I spent a lot of time in Luton in my youth, but I don't live in Luton right now. Thank God. But Luton's a weird place. It's a weird place. DT from AFTV is from Luton. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. That's the hilarious thing though, you know, like on YouTube comments, because on YouTube videos I try to talk like semi, like I don't know, I try to be a little bit eloquent, I guess. And on YouTube videos, oh, you sound so posh. What do you know about boxing? It's hilarious. Like IRL, I try like really hard to talk properly, to not use slang, and not sound like a fucking reprobate. And I try to do that in my videos as well, but it's kind of hilarious. Like, I guarantee, like, I probably grew up more broke than like 95% of people who watch my videos in the UK people who watch my videos anyway. Big up to Graham Earl, yeah. I trained at his gym, so he had a gym in Hitchin. So that wasn't in Luton, but it was like that was in Hertfordshire. And he got busted for a drugs fucking smuggle, like, not so long after I joined the gym. I think I joined his gym in like 2014, maybe 2014? Maybe a bit earlier, I don't know. But yeah, he got busted. And his gym got closed down. And it's been taken over since, but it's like one of those like multi-gyms where you can do everything. It's like, fuck that shit. It's not boxing anymore. It's, you know, that gym is like turned into there are like boxing sessions there, but it's not the same. It's not the same. Yeah, Luton's a shithole, Wayne. 100%. Luton's a shithole. But also spent a lot of time in like Bedford as well and surrounding areas, Stevenage. You know, also outside of that as well. So yeah, like, most of my time wasn't even spent in Luton, to be fair. Like, most of it wasn't spent in Luton. Wingy Boxing Wingy was from Luton. Was he actually? I never knew that. Yeah, Wingy was a decent channel. I remember telling you that you're well spoken, and after I got to know you, I realised that wasn't a compliment to you. Yeah, do you know what it is? It's because of like the UK. UK may be different to America in terms of like class structure. Like I don't want to be like known as middle class. Maybe that's really like bad, but yeah, I can't stand the middle class at all. They are the yeah, I won't go into it, but yeah, I'm a working class lad. It is what it is. No airs or graces, but I can speak well when I want to speak well. I can charm the pants off anybody. I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah, Wingy was good, man, but he got bullied by Ty and Booth. Yeah, Stacey Dooley comes from Luton as well. My name's Stacey Dooley. This is why I can't stand like a lot of people in my community though, man. Like a lot of working class people like act like they're like they want to be middle class, and you know, they're not a threat to the establishment, and they're not this, they're not that. They want to fit in. And maybe I'm a hypocrite because I try to like present my videos in a certain way, particularly on the other channel, but it's more so from a communication standpoint because, you know, not everybody can understand like UK lingo. If I was talking about Mexican cartel depravities with like UK lingo, wouldn't really make sense. But I like to be professional when I like make videos and shit, but yeah, yeah, Wingy was a good channel, but he took himself a bit too serious at the end. Luton's proper EDO country, right-wing insults. Yeah, Luton's a crazy place, man. Like, there's Every extreme of the political spectrum you can find in Luton. Basically. Every extreme of like the political, the religious spectrum you can find in Luton. It's crazy. I think Mark deleted his own channel, Rigman Thomas. I've not spoken to him in a long time. Like at least 3 years maybe. At least 3 years. I've actually never been to Stoke. Exquisite vibes. I feel like Stoke, though, no offence to people from Stoke, but I feel like at least Luton, like Luton's got something going for it in terms of like, it's like rowdy, it's kind of like wild. Whereas Stoke just feels like a nothing place, like just like nothing happens there. Maybe I'm wrong, I could be totally wrong. I've not been to Stoke, so I might be totally wrong. But it just feels like it's one of those like middle. It just feels like nothing happens, man. Punch Perfect Boxing is a good channel. I do like Punch Perfect Boxing. Very well spoken dude. But yeah, if I spoke in my YouTube videos the way I do like on stream and shit, I just wouldn't get anywhere. Probably not. Leegrave. Oh, Copend, are you serious? Are you from Leegrave? Ex-Leegrave, to be fair, which isn't... which is better than saying I'm from Luton, but not by much. Interesting, bro. See, I thought you was from, like, fucking Liverpool, bro. Liverpool! Intangible, man. Where you at, bro? Bro, I've not seen you in a while, man. Hopefully you're well. Hopefully you had a good Christmas. And I wish you a happy new year, good sir. Yeah, Ty and Booth did bully Wingy. Wingy boxing Wingy. AKA. He also tried to do cigar reviews, Wingy. I do remember. I did like Wingy though. Like Wingy was alright, but almost Wingy was kind of too nice for YouTube. Like he was way too sensitive for YouTube. Like the YouTube streets, way too sensitive. That's one thing I don't get. Like especially having the other channel now, like for X amount of time. Like when my other channel first started blowing up. And I started to get hate comments. It was like, bro, that's a bit harsh. But like after a couple of months, it's like, who gives a fuck? It's like, why do people get so bent out of shape about it? It's like, the only thing I'd get upset about, not even upset, but I can understand if people get triggered about people telling lies about you and they get traction. I get why people would be upset about that, but if people are just like cussing you in the comments, who gives a fuck? Honestly, like who gives a fuck? It's people online who you're never going to meet. Particularly if you've got a faceless channel. It's like, who gives a fuck? Honestly, who actually gives a fuck? That's a hell of a pick. I think Ajagba's improved since the Sanchez loss. I'm not convinced, to be honest with you. I think he'll knock out Bakole. just have a funny feeling. Well, Bukole's open, he gets hit a lot. And obviously a Jagba can punch, but I don't think it's a I don't think it's a crazy prediction. But I think it's based on how well does Bukole take a punch, basically. Like how well does he take a punch? Because if he can take a punch, he should like smother a Jagba, outwork him, and maybe stop him. But I would take Bukole, but it's a good fight. Like a Jagba's got a puncher's chance. I get you, Intangible. I get you, man. Intangible still active in my Discord. He's turned into a right young American Chad. To be fair, I've seen you on X, as it's now called, Intangible. I have seen you on X. Yeah, another year of boring boxer. Have you ever visited any other countries out of curiosity? I mean, I've been to other countries, but so I've been to where have I been? Bulgaria, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, Amsterdam, Wales. Wales is a separate country to England. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, that's basically it. Well, Holland, not Amsterdam, you know what I mean. I said Amsterdam instead of Holland because like you only go to Amsterdam for one reason, man. Like yeah, like Boxer is like the most dull, uninspired, unimaginative, boring product in boxing right now. It's so dull. It's awful. It's like watching like some fucking sport in like a dystopian movie where it's just like it's fucking awful, man. Ben Shalom, bro, he's a funny handshake merchant. Funny handshake merchant. He's an absolute weirdo. That guy. Awful shows. Yeah, I said Amsterdam as a country because like we only go to like Holland for one reason. If you're a young man in your prime, you're going to go to Amsterdam for one reason only. I'm not going to go there for the sights. Well, I am going to go there for the sights, but not both sights. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, Zim is fighting Lipinets, right? I mean, it's all right, I guess. Maybe I'm clutching at straws, but I've barely been to Liverpool. I'll be honest. I've barely been there. Manchester is superior. Like Manchester is a lot better than Liverpool. If you want to go on a night out, Manchester, in my opinion, is superior. Football aside, I genuinely think Manchester's better. Yeah, Boxer is like something from Planet of the Apes, where ape upper classes watch this primitive humans fight. Yeah, yeah, 100%. Speaking of Saint, I've been to Leeds on a night out. Leeds is good fun. Leeds is good fun. I much prefer Manchester to Liverpool. To be fair, I've not been to Liverpool that much, but there's working girls all over the country, mate, not just Amsterdam. But like like from a foreigner's perspective, it's Amsterdam. Like we ain't going to Holland to see fucking Feyenoord or fucking Eindhoven. Do you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But no, it was nice, Bevo. It was all right. It was actually like a lot cleaner than I expected. It's cleaner than like most places here. Nah, fuck London, man. Fuck London. Don't go to London, man. It's a fucking dump. If you want to go to a shitter version of New York, go to London. Yeah, I'll listen. If I have my way, I won't go to London again. Shithole. Everywhere is cleaner than England, bro. I think Afghanistan's cleaner than England. Probably is actually, genuinely. Feyenoord isn't even a city. I'm naming football clubs and hoping that they're fucking cities, bro. Is Feyenoord not a city? I know like Groningen, right? Groningen, Rotterdam, Amsterdam. Utrecht, maybe? After that, I'm struggling. Oh, The Hague. The Hague, maybe. Is The Hague a city? Eindhoven's a city, right? Eindhoven. Eindhoven. That has to be a city. Oh, you're from New York, Chris. Groningen? Didn't, what's his face? Iron Robin. He came from Groningen, right? That was his first club. I think Suarez played for Groningen as well. Luis Suarez. Might be wrong. Could be wrong. Did Luis Suarez play for Groningen? He did. I'm an absolute fucking genius. There you go. Is there a city called Go Ahead in Holland? Go Ahead Eagles. So yeah, I got Eindhoven, I got Utrecht, I got fucking Rotterdam, Amsterdam. That was about my limit, I think. I didn't see it. CPB. I've not actually spent a lot of time in the Midlands in this country. Now, I've never really wanted to go to Germany. I'll be honest. It's never really been a country that interests me all that much. I just feel like it would be too much like the UK, but like with a different language. So when I go abroad, I want like something different to a degree. Germany. If I was you, Chris, man, I would, if you came to England, I would visit like some decent coastal towns more than anything. Never been to fucking Middlesbrough, thank God. I think it'll be shit. Going to Italy in a few months. I've heard the country is ghetto as hell, and I'm from the US. Yeah, I've not been to Italy in like fucking. I last went to Italy as a kid when I was like maybe, I don't know, 10 years old. So my uncle's got a place in Florence, in the country, like a villa in the country, man. It's really nice there, but like rural Italy is beautiful. Like it's really beautiful, but it's like big cities are the same anywhere you go, man. In like like Western big cities, they're basically the same anywhere you go. Italy's got great food though. Which UK city's got the best flags? That's a great question. In my experience, Cambridge. I don't think Cambridge is even a city though. Is Cambridge a city? Because they're all like the posh birds, right? In my experience, Cambridge. Do you mean like slags as in like not working girl slags? Because if you're not talking about working girls, I'd say fucking Cambridge. Because I don't know about working girls. Yeah, it is a city. It is a city. So in my experience, Cambridge, I've never really been to Newcastle, but a lot of people say Newcastle. A lot of people say Newcastle. Yeah, I wouldn't. Listen, man, I wouldn't be like scared coming to Europe. To be honest with you, I know. Listen, there's certain places and certain countries that are rough, but it's probably nothing you haven't seen in America. I'd like to visit Iceland. See, me and you are the opposite in that regards, right? I kind of want a based country, but I don't want to go to a cold country. I'd rather go somewhere hot. We need to sell our channel. We need to sell our channel like Michael Benson did to fucking Turkey Al Sheikh, and move to like fucking Saudi Arabia. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. Geordie, oh, you've actually seen Geordie Shore Duck? Fucking hell. Crazy thing is, Nordic, I think I'd rather live there right now than here. I'm not gonna lie. Like, aside from getting boozed up now and again, like, I could live in Saudi Arabia. All I would have to, honestly, all I would have to give up is booze, which is not really a problem. That's a cope, I'm joking. No, it's not really a problem. I'd have to give up booze and pork. I'm not even a massive pork fan, to be honest with you. I could do it. Went to Amsterdam as a kid. No cool girls at that age. Did you see Anne Frank's fucking... Isn't there like a fucking Anne Frank museum there or something? I don't know. I didn't go there for the culture, I'll tell you that. I actually didn't use working girls, by the way. I'm not that type of guy. I just got baked, basically. See, like, pork to me, I'll be honest, Nordic, I've always found pork as like, I don't listen. I like it, but I've always seen it as like the lesser meat. Like if I had to get rid of one meat, it would be pork. Like I much prefer chicken, turkey, beef, like lamb. Like I prefer those sort of like that sort of food. I prefer those meats. Yeah, I ain't been to Tenerife. I've been to Magaluf, but I ain't been to Tenerife. Okay, so you saw the compound she was at. Yeah, you definitely need to go again. Listen, it was good fun when I was there. It was good fun, but it was a long time ago now. But it was good fun. I literally just got baked like all the time I was there. That was it. I didn't really do anything else, to tell you the truth. Genuinely as well, hand on heart, I did not see working girls either, because I was afraid they were riddled. Honestly. But yeah, the best country I've been to so far, I think, is Bulgaria. Like in terms of like, because it was like me and the lads, as was like Magaluf and Amsterdam, but like Bulgaria was like the best. Like because it kind of had any like it kind of had everything for anyone kind of thing. So if you're a druggie, like if you want coke, like the taxi driver was offering us cocaine and shit. Like we shot some guns out there, like fucking old school fucking Soviet guns. So I shot in Bulgaria. I shot like an SKS, I think, SKS AK Makarov, and some other weird fucking pistol that I don't know the name of. Like booze was mad cheap out there. And weirdly, when I went out there as well, you know when you go to like a foreign country as a foreigner, obviously, you kind of think to yourself, I'm gonna shag some exotic foreign bird. I ended up hitching up with some Irish bird in fucking Bulgaria as well. But she was a fucking demon. Absolute fucking demon. Like, she should have came with handlebars, man, honestly. Fucking crazy. That's a crazy date, Wayne Towers. That's a crazy date. Yeah, I do, Duck. I do. That's on Twitter. I don't, I don't understand people who eat steak well done. It's just ruined and tasteless. Totally agree, bro. I don't think there's any other way. I listen. I can forgive you. I can forgive you for like medium rare. That's the limit though. Like if I'm having a steak, it has to be rare. If I'm eating like, which isn't very often, I have to tell you. But if I'm eating at like a really fancy establishment, I would go for blue. But yeah, rare is where it's at. Listen, if you eat steak well done, you're a fucking degenerate. As far as I'm concerned. You're on my limit, Nordic. You're on my limit. Like medium rare is like the furthest that's acceptable as far as I'm concerned. Anything more than medium rare is yeah, it's not it. So yeah, bro, apology. So the Irish chick I met in Bulgaria was like what do you call them? What do you call those fucking holiday reps? Yeah, she was a holiday rep. And I kid you not, she was a fucking demon. Riding me like I was a fucking motorbike. I kid you not. Wasn't much to look at. You know those chicks that like looks like she got hit in the face with a shovel, but her body was nice? One of those ones. So I was like, it's one of those ones. It's alright. It's alright. Medium's a bit too far for me, intangible. I can understand medium rare. I can understand medium rare. I can accept medium at a push. Has to be a really good cut. If you're ever in Glasgow, visit Alston Beef and Block in Central Station. Absolutely beautiful. I love... Listen, a good steak is like a good blowjob. It's like... It's amazing. It's honestly amazing. Steak is like... You know what steak is like? Steak is like a cup of tea or a cup of coffee. It always tastes better when somebody else makes it. Like I can put the most effort into like cooking myself a steak. I can buy like a decent cut of beef. And it'll be nice, it'll be really nice, but like it always tastes better when somebody else cooks it. I don't know why that why that matches up with a blowjob, but you get what I'm trying to say. Always remember the best shaggers. That's a fact. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same. I season my steak with sea salt, cracked black pepper, baste it in butter, and that's pretty much it with steak. That's what I do. I don't try to be fancy with it, but yeah, bit of I season it with sea salt, cracked black pepper, put a bit of garlic in there. Sometimes a bit of thyme as well, but I never buy it, so... You mean Shepherd of Sons? Is he still about? I ain't seen him in a minute, man. That's actually a great point. This is a great fucking... This is a great point right here. This may be the most like enlightening comment of the night. I prefer a freak mid over a hot, boring woman. Totally agree. Totally agree. You realise that as you get older. You do realise that as you get older as well. I kind of like the juxtaposition of like, so the Irish bird I was talking about, so her face wasn't great, I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't like her face was in like a fucking deep fat fryer for 72 hours, but like her face wasn't great, but her body was banging, like proper banging, and she was a fucking freak. Do you know what I mean? Her body was banging, and she was like fucking horse rider, bro. Like motorbike rider. Amazing. I've always had a thing for psychotic women. It's a weakness. I think we all do, though, right? It's a passion, man. Can't bang a chick with a fat face. I know what you mean, that sort of round face, isn't it? Yeah. I know what you mean. I've been there, though. I have been there. Do you know what? I actually really do like peri peri seasoning, but I've never tried it on steak. I've never tried it on steak. Yeah, based. Lamb is my favourite, I agree. Lamb, yes, sir. Lamb, yes, sir. Lamb is the best. Duck is great too, pause, not the YouTube commenter. Yeah, no, I like duck as well. Duck is succulent, pause. But no, duck cooked right is really good. I'd rather date a girl next door type of woman than an Instagram model any day. Um, yeah, well, you're talking about dating. I'm purely talking about getting my end away. So, um, yeah, girl next door for the date, but like Instagram model for the fuck, right? But have you noticed, guys? Like, I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm fucking 30 now. And when I was young, I had this like overinflated opinion of myself where like I had to get with like she had to be a certain standard. As I get older though, that standard is dropping rapidly. Rapidly. Like it's dropping quick. So like maybe I'm just like coping, but I don't know. I don't know, but like as you get older, I feel like your standards drop. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like your standards drop. Like I went on some dates in the back end of 24 as like, bro, like 5 years ago I wouldn't be here. I really wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have entertained it. I'm a fucking degenerate in that regards. I'm a degenerate. Absolute degenerate. But I saw this comment. Greatest escort shag. Mine was a German Scottish girl. World class. Pound for pound class. Doug's replied, of course he would. Mine was a Brazilian girl in her mid-20s, a real fucker. Jesus Christ. I had duck for bird at a Vietnamese restaurant and it went crazy. Yeah, no, bro. Honestly, in all seriousness, duck is amazing. Duck is really good. Like if you like sort of gamey meat, then yeah, you'll like duck. It's one of those things though, duck. Like I never tried to cook it myself because when I have tried it, I've fucked it up. Like it's really hard to get right, but yeah, duck when it's done well is really good, man. Really, really good, man. You got to be some kind of woofter if you don't like duck, though. Honestly, big up to Chris, man. Every time. You're telling me I need to hook up. I need to hook up with a Brazilian man. Jesus. I have tried shark a couple of times. Yeah, it's all right, but it's like it's almost like a fish steak from what I remember. It's like swordfish, right? It's good. It's good, like sort of it's like fish but a different texture. It's like I said, it's like the steak of the ocean, from what I remember. But I mainly remember swordfish. Like I had duck in duck. You got a duck in my mind. I had shark in Bulgaria, but I was like so pissed up. Probably like I don't really remember, but like swordfish is good. Controversial apology, man. I actually prefer crab to lobster. Like lobster's good, like really good. I like lobster, so I'm not hating. I'm not hating on lobster, but I do actually think crab is better. I do actually think crab is better. Like if you've ever had spider crab, I had spider crab down here in the UK in a pub in Yarmouth, I think it was. And bro, it was so good, man. Like crab is great. I just find crab more flavourful. Like that sweet crab with like butter, like melted butter. Bro, it's so fucking good, man. Yeah, bro, I love calamari. Listen, man, if it's living, I'll eat it. Aside from humans and dogs and cats. Imagine not eating meat. Like seriously, imagine it. Can you imagine living in such a world where you don't eat meat? Oh, vegan. I just spilt half this fucking orange juice on my fucking desk. One second, I need to get a cloth. Bear with me for one moment. Sorry about that. Latinas are the best shaggers for sure. They're loco. Eastern Euro girls are very hot, but can be a bit depressing. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like, so like I like the whole Latin American vibe as well, personally. So like, if I had to date outside the UK, like I'd probably date Latin American if she was like somewhat based, religious. You know what I'm saying? Like I like the Latin American vibe personally, But I do like the Eastern European vibe as well. But I just feel like the Latin American vibe is more. There's a bit more joy there. I don't know. Somebody said it. I forget who said it. Like Eastern Europeans have the face, but Latin Americans have the body. When it comes to women, and I'd rather have. Okay, what would you rather have? Like, right, a woman with an average face but a banging body, or a banging face with an average body? What would you rather have? I'd rather have an average face with a banging body, personally. Just my preference. Yeah, there's that, Nordic. A lot of guys like overthink it as well when it comes to that sort of thing. Well, both I guess both guys and women, right? You can be a pescatarian. Well, pescatarians, right? They eat fish, right? I like fish. I could actually get on with that diet. Genuinely, like when I eat fish more, I genuinely feel better. Like I love fish, man. Fish is amazing. Like seafood in general, love it. I've got all different races and nationalities of women at my disposal in good old Arlington. Dated several. I will never do official women power ranking soon. Oh, sorry, I will do official women power ranking soon. You're in Arlington, Texas, right? So surely, like, if I was you, right, I would rank Latinas at number one. But mate, listen, you've got the experience with them, so I don't know. Like in the UK, we don't really. There's some Spaniards out here, but I feel like Spaniards are like Latina-like kind of thing. I don't know. Intangibles running through the whole cheerleader squad. We taught him well. We taught him well. Eastern Euro women are hot, but they're miserable. Yeah, that's the impression I get. Yeah, that's the impression I get as well. I don't buy the whole like there's this like whole right wing cope of like how Eastern Europe is like this bastion of like Christian values. They seem fucking miserable. Let's just be honest about it. They seem fucking miserable, man. They look nice. They look nice, but they seem fucking miserable. So I'd rather have a Latina who's got a bit of spice to her. Do you know what I'm saying? Just my preference. Average face banging body. I agree, Wayne. Yeah, I kind of agree. I've kind of got into that thing though of being like into women who are like average looking but have got like banging bodies. I'm not gonna lie. Apology, banging face. I like drooling on the girl's face. Chris, my first kiss was with a Scottish girl. Her tongue moved like a ping ball. Latinas and Hispanic women can be pretty demanding, but so can Eastern Euros though, man. And you're not gonna get like the whole fucking like spice with it. Do you know what I mean? It's just my preference, personally. It's just my preference. So I feel like Eastern Euro women are like, oh, you have to be earning £100,000 a year. Whereas like Latina women, it's like, oh, you gotta be like showing me this attention, that attention. It's different levels. But I would go for the banging body over the banging face because I don't know. There's like a degree of discipline that has to be put into the banging face. Sorry, the banging body. So I've got major hiccups. But yeah, there's a degree of discipline that has to be put into the banging body. Whereas like the banging face is like you're born with it kind of thing almost, you know? Eastern Europe, barring Poland, Hungary and some others, is just as degenerate as the West. Increased divorce rate, lack of religion and high STD rates. Also they have high standards, yeah. Bro, apology, you're fucking correct. You are fucking correct. Yeah, there's a lot of like right wing Russia cucks who kind of tried to paint like Russia's the best example right now of being this utopia, but yeah, like the Russian divorce rate is going through the roof. Like you just I've tried dating and talking with Latinas. It's very overwhelming. I'll be up for the challenge, man. It's because like in the UK we don't get it here, man. So in the UK, if you want like foreign cuisine, Indian, Pakistani, like some Eastern European. Well, there's quite a lot of Eastern European, like Polish, um, Romanian. There's that sort of vibe out here. Like Indian women are all right. I'll be honest. Like Middle Eastern women are absolutely useless. It's like they're 10 years old mentally. I'll be honest though, you know, like I used to work with a chick from Iran. I think she was from, and I swear to God, like she was probably one of the most fucking like naturally pretty women I've ever seen. Like Eastern Europe, Middle East. They have some like banging looking women, man. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I'm part Polish. Yeah, my mum's side. Bro, you'd be shocked, Wayne, in Luton, bro. You'd be shocked. Some of these like Muslim girls are fucking crazy. I'll be real. But the worst one was for me. Like she wasn't Muslim, but she was Indian, and I didn't shag her, but I was gonna shag her. I think I've told this story before, and so I met her at college. She wasn't in my college course, but I kind of met her at, like in those circles anyway. Got to know her, bloody bloody blah, bloody bloody blah. Think one thing led to another. Went to her house. I think, we was doing revision or some bullshit. I forgot what it was, but anyway, it was revision. So I was helping. It sounds super simpy. I remember what it was. It's because I didn't want to say, but I was helping her revise. Anyway, I wasn't doing her course or anything like that, but anyway. So yeah, I was helping her revise, quote unquote. And anyway, you know, things led to another. Gonna shag, getting into it, just started, and her family came home, I think I've told this story before, and I had to hide in the closet, like when her family came home, and I hid in her closet for circa like fucking at least half an hour, at least half an hour. I didn't get to finish. Had to like jump out a fucking bedroom window, because her bedroom was on like next to like the toilet, which was like extended outside the house. If that makes sense, it's hard to explain, but I jumped on the toilet roof. I had to get down, and I went home. But yeah, it was fucking pain. It was fucking peak. It was peak, man. And I didn't get to finish. I started as well. You know when like a couple of strokes in, and I fucking started. To be fair though, in my defence, I was young as well. I was like 17 maybe. And she was like well above my stations kind of thing. I was like punching. And I'd have probably nutted in about 5 more thrusts, to be fair. So like it's probably good for me. I got to save face. But like it was so fucking rage inducing. And going home with like the worst blue balls you've ever had on the bus. I didn't drive back then, I was like 17. Was like the worst. Was the worst. I had like blue balls on the bus ride home. Like, bro, it was the worst. I actually went to her to revise because I was such a simp back then. I was such a fucking simp. It's fucking crazy. Tried to score after full time. Yeah, to be fair though, this year I've been pretty good, man. I've been pretty good. I've been fucking working and shit. Like, I've been barely like active in that sense. Had a few dates here and there, but yeah, her family were like fucking ultra. I guess like I don't know. I don't know the Indian fucking culture, but I guess they was like Indian conservatives, so they didn't want her. They didn't want her to get with like some fucking reprobate from Luton. Yeah, they're hit and miss, Wayne, man. They're hit and miss. You ever dated a boxing fan woman? No, not really. Like, not really, nah. Family had statues of the elephant god around the house. Bruh. But nah, she was right. She was a good looking girl. She was a good looking girl. But yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I didn't really fumble it. It was what it was. It was what it was. Yeah, yeah, Indian, yeah. I haven't been with an Indian since though, and it didn't really count because I didn't even bust a nut, so it didn't really count. But she was alright. She was a good-looking girl. But like in like when I met her, like she was like the most bitchy person like in the world. Like the most bitchy person in the world, like an absolute cunt. Like, but when she was with people though, when she was with me, it's like, oh, you know all that shit. It's like whatever, man. But yeah, I wish I got to finish. But like I said, back then I think I saved face because I was young. I was like relatively inexperienced. I'd probably bust a nut in about 5 thrusts. So I probably got away with it, you know. I probably got away with it. But no, yeah, some like Indian women are fucking mad hot, like mad hot. I think I've told the poo story on this channel when I flushed like the toilet on a date around a chick's house and the fucking shit wouldn't flush and it overflowed. I think I told that before on this channel. I'm pretty certain. I get the worst. I've had, honestly, in my teenage years, you know, like a sitcom, like a fucking sitcom. I had the worst luck in my teenage years, man. The worst luck. The poo story was worse. Like, I cleaned the shit up as well. So, like, I was on a date, kind of a date. Anyway, had a date. And, you know, round the bird's house. Parents were out. I was young and all that. Anyway, my stomach was playing fucking tricks on me. Asked to use the bathroom, took a shit in a bathroom because I thought it'd be in and out kind of thing. You know when you like really need a shit, it's usually like in and out. Anyway, I took a shit. It was fine. I tried to flush the toilet and it fucking overflowed. And like there was all fucking toilet water all over the floor. And eventually I got the toilet to flush, so I flushed the shit down. But there's still like loads of water on the floor. So I used a towel to wipe the shit up. Like, and threw it out the bathroom window. And, yeah. I decided that after that I wasn't going to go through with it. I just went home. I said, I don't feel well, man. I got to go home. But, like, it's the worst timing in the world, man. Bro, it's the worst timing in the world. But they're really the only 2 embarrassing stories I had, like the toilet fucking malfunction and the Indian bird. But aside from that, I don't really have any embarrassing stories as such. And the Indian bird wasn't even that was on her. That was her fault. But the toilet one was just like it was what it was. Nordic and Saint are getting at it. Yeah, bro, you know, like, I don't take dumps at a girl's house, but you know, like, any of you guys who have been on a date, like, I don't know whether this is me. It might be just me, but you know, like, when you're on a date, like, bro, sometimes, like, my guts just start going, I'm not gonna lie. Like, especially when I was young, my guts would just start going. Like, bro, I need a shit or I need to fart, and I can't fart. So I need to go to the toilet. So like, bro, that happened so much when I was young. It happened so much when I was young, like because I said to her I didn't feel well, and I threw the towel out the window. And I think she realised as well after the fact, because she didn't really want to like see me again either. Like, I made out with a drunken girl once, and she threw up a few minutes later. I do remember like fingering some fucking teacher on the dance floor it was in Bedford, a place called Bedford in the UK, and was in like Slug and Lettuce, you know, like the chain place. It's so fucking classy. And I remember fingering a bird on the fucking dance floor, like some teacher. Oh, I'm a teacher. I really like, you know, teaching the new generation. All that, you know, all that fucking sanctimonious crap. And a few minutes later, I'm fingering this bitch on the dance floor, and she was fucking rough. Like, fucking rough as sandpaper. She didn't even have a great body either. I can't even. Like, what am I doing, bro? Like, what am I doing? Like, what am I doing? No. Like, she was probably a bit older than me, I guess. I don't know how she was. So this was like circa New Year's Eve 20. I was probably about 25, so 5 years ago, right? And yeah, she must have been about mid-30s. She must have been about mid-30s. Because I kind of played wingman for my mate at the time who had a bird. And he got off as well. But yeah, I've settled down in the last couple of years. I've not been as degenerate when it comes to that sort of thing. I've been pretty good. All I've been doing in the last couple of years or so is working. Genuinely not like trying to fucking cope either. Haven't been a degenerate in recent times. Murder on the dance floor, yeah, exactly. It's rough when you finger a lass and the fucking hygiene isn't good, yeah. It's rough. To be fair though, like... I ain't gonna say, man. It's getting too rough. It's getting too gnarly. Have you ever been caught knocking one out? No. Genuinely no either. I haven't. Big up to official, man. Imagine a new viewer joining these lives late, expecting boxing. Yeah, right. It's always the same way, man. We start with boxing. We have serious boxing conversations, and it ends up with utter degeneracy. Like, honestly, bro, I got to work tomorrow. You know, I'm working from home, but still, like, it's 1:04 in the morning here in the UK. I got work tomorrow. Trying to remember who originally brings up the degeneracy, yeah. I'm going to say Duck is one of the main culprits. To be fair, it's probably my fault. Probably my fault. I got caught knocking one out while drunk by my wife. She demanded I finish it off. Fuck. Bro. You probably, yeah, DJ Clockwise, you might have done. Probably started off with your Madonna comment, yeah. Yeah, I've not really had that much experience with Polish chicks like that. Like, I feel like, yeah, I've not really... Christ. Imagine Gareth A. Davis having a completely different voice off camera. I'll tell you what, man. This conversation is probably suited to Gareth A. Davis. Imagine the stories that guy's got to tell. Imagine the police interrogating that guy. Now that guy's got some stories to tell, let me tell you. Would you rather your mum walked in on you knocking one out or injecting heroin? Probably injecting heroin, to be honest. I'll be real with you. Gad's sex stories would be strangely fascinating. I don't know, man. It could be some Jimmy Savile shit. I'll be real. It could be some nasty, nasty shit. It could be some nasty, nasty shit. This man right on screen right now, if you look at the state of this guy in the center of this screen right now, he's got some skeletons buried in his closet and more than likely his basement as well. This man right here, I mean, look at the state of him. Those fucking predator eyebrows. Look at him. He's a predator. Allegedly, I'm just fucking making satire content right now. Look at the state of this guy, though. Look at him, man. Look at the eyebrows in this like screen cap right here in this screenshot. Look at the eyebrows. That's the predator eyebrows right there. Like kind of like pointing up, you know, like. He looks like Sean Bean from Wish. He looks like Russell Crowe from Wish. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yep, he did. Yeah. Yeah, Gareth A. Davis posted porn links to Twitter thinking there was boxing links. Yep, that's true. He got hacked. Yeah, he got hacked. It's funny, like, how, no normal person's ever been hacked. Yeah, the Ebony Bridges interaction, I remember, yeah. Can we see the tattoo? Yeah, can we see the tattoos? Yeah. Bro, this guy. I genuinely never been hacked, and I watch like fucking, you know, like counterfeit sports streams and shit like that. I've never been hacked, genuinely. Certified Church Classic. I would like to learn more about him, but I'm having dinner. Yeah, that's probably right, bro. You're gonna bring that shit up. If you knew this guy's fucking secrets, that dinner is gonna come right back up. You know, sometimes, like, they always say you should never judge a book by its cover, but like, I don't know, man. I disagree with that notion. This guy is into all sorts. Mark my words. I called it with Michelle Joy Phelps, right? This guy's going to get exposed at some point in time as being a creep. 100%. Yeah, that's true, Nordic, as well, you know. Yeah. I do use a VPN sometimes. I should use it more, but what you need to do really is don't do the illegal streams, but do the illegal streams. Pay for illegal streams. So like IPTV and shit like that. There's various other like sites and shit you can pay for like 20 quid. like $25, and you can get like a year's like subscription of like all the channels that you could ever want. But yeah, like, you know, like using those stream sites that are like totally free and shit, like that shit's risky as hell. Bob Harum cooked him. Yeah, I do remember. Yeah. Yeah, even Gareth A. Davis though, as big of an ass kisser as he is, even he couldn't score the second Usyk Fury fight to Fury. Who looks like they've got darker thoughts, Davis or Ben Shalom? Okay, so I think, in all seriousness, I think Gareth A. Davis is just like a degenerate. I think Ben Shalom, though, might be a lot more sinister. He could be a lot more sinister. Ben Shalom, he could be a lot more sinister. He just looks off to me, that guy. You know, go back and watch that face-off with Joshua Buatsi and... no, who was it? There was a face-off they did on Sky Sports. Florian Marcoux and Chris Congo. Where they literally shot that... They shot that face-off in a Masonic lodge, bro. This guy is a weirdo. Ben Shalom's a funny handshake merchant. Honestly, he's a fucking weirdo, that guy. Shalom is a weirdo. Like, there's no way you can... That guy doesn't look sentient. He looks like a fucking reptile. Yeah, exactly. Shapeshifter, yeah. 100%. He's a weirdo. Absolute weirdo. He's got those dead cold eyes, like the devil's eyes. Ben Shalom. This is it, yeah. Shalom could find a sex cult in any forest. Gad would just use any woman's toilets, yeah. That's kind of a difference. I think Gad's just like a bit of a pervert. But Ben Shalom, he just seems very like... I'm not even like trying to like take a piss either. I'm not trying to like just be funny, but he just seems like very strange character. I wouldn't trust that guy as far as I could throw him. Very weird guy. How did he get that position? Aside from like funny handshakes, he's a weirdo. Go and watch that. I think it was Florian Marcoux and Chris Congo. I think it was that fight. And it was a face-off. You know, like the they did like the the HBO face-offs where they talked and all that shit. It was like that. Congo and I think it was Congo and Marcoux. Yeah, the background was so weird. Yeah, Ben Shalom seems like the guy running the operation as opposed to a super active participant in such things. Yeah, it's just bizarre how he got that. It's bizarre how he got that position on Sky Sports. You know, after Eddie Hearn left, you would think they would give it to a senior guy who knows boxing. You know, like, even like a guy like Mick Hennessy, as much as we meme on the guy, you know, he's been promoting for a long time, promoted guys like Carl Froch, James DeGale, Darren Barker, Chris Eubank Jr., Kid Galahad. But Ben Shalom, like literally before Sky Sports, Ben Shalom basically put on a few glorified prize fighters kind of thing. And all of a sudden he gets the Sky Sports deal. It was bizarre, honestly. There was more qualified promoters in the UK to get that position. It was so weird. Oh no 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 no! Facts, bro. I'd still smash Michelle Joy Phelps. You're not gonna get any other answer from me, bro. But I'm just saying, I called it how it is, and I called it correctly. You know what I'm saying? I called it correctly. Probably has family connections, yeah. Well, his whole backstory, his whole come up is weird, Nordic. Like, there's nothing out there on this guy. Yeah, Shalom's well connected. That's why he comes from money and has money around him if he needs it. Yeah, he's a strange guy. Like, listen, so there's like coming from money and there's coming from money. Like, Eddie Hearn, for example, came from money, but we knew who Barry was. Like, we knew who Barry was, right? We knew the Hearn family. We knew the Hearn dynasty. But Ben Shalom, he came from money, but like nobody knows who he is. It's a lot different. It's a lot different. And one thing about Eddie Hearn, you can say, listen, he got a silver spoon, he got a head start, but he's proven he's qualified in doing what he's doing. You can say what you want about Eddie Hearn, and I'm not his biggest fan, but in terms of like, just like, forget about making fights and corruption and all that shit. Like, he's good at promoting fights. You'd be an idiot to like dispute that, I think. Like, he's probably the best promoter right now in boxing in terms of just like selling a fight. So he kind of made his name, and he kind of, despite coming from a rich family, despite coming, being Barry Hearn's son, he kind of made his name pretty quickly. But Ben Shalom, this guy's got about as much charisma as a fucking floppy dildo. Honestly. Shalom's too dark of a person to be a Bond villain. Bro. Yeah, I think Eddie... I agree, Nordic. I do think... I kind of agree. I think he has lost his touch, Eddie Hearn. I don't think he's quite as hot as he was when it comes to the UK scene. But if I was a fighter and I wanted somebody to promote a fight that I was in, I'd probably still take Eddie Hearn in the UK. Yeah, I get you, Svetlana. I get you. Yeah, but I think most promoters would do that, man. Honestly. If it's like a big money fighter, because Ben was going to be a big money fighter, right? He was going to go in a big pay-per-view fight with Eubank. I think most promoters in his position would do the same thing. I just think Eddie is purely in it for the money. I don't get this sense that Eddie's like... He may be a bad guy in terms of like just being ultra like materialistic, but I don't think he's a bad guy in the sense of like a guy like Ben Shalom, where I can't really put my finger on it, but he just gives me the heebie-jeebies. Who would you rather babysit your daughter? Is the question. Eddie Hearn or Ben Shalom? And I'm not saying Ben Shalom would do anything, by the way. I'm just saying, who would you rather? This is up to the chat. Because I don't think. Listen, Eddie. I like kind of criticise Eddie on the boxing front, but I don't think necessarily he's all that bad of a guy. Probably a scumbag still, but a scumbag in like the sense of just being a scumbag. But whereas Ben Shalom seems really kind of strange to me. Yeah, basically, yeah. Eddie Hearn's a good salesman, but yeah, not... Yeah, I don't think he's a great matchmaker for his fighters, I agree. I think Eddie Hearn needs a good matchmaker at Matchroom. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Shalom has that dark look in his eyes that makes Voldemort look like a straight up genuine man you could trust, yeah. Something very fishy about that guy. And maybe something will come out, but usually your first impressions, your gut instinct isn't wrong. And everybody says the same about, well, not everybody, but a lot of people say the same about that guy. How he got that position is weird. We'll see with Ben Shalom. We'll see. But I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced at all. I'm not convinced. But anyway, guys, I need to wrap it up. I've got to wake up tomorrow and go to work. Although I'm working from home, so it is what it is. But anyway, I'm going to wrap it up from here, man. I'm going to wrap it up. Peace out, guys. Have a great one. I'll catch you as soon as I can catch you. Peace out, guys. Have a good one. Happy New Year.